Resident Advisory Disability Advisory Commission, as well as our Community Services Board for their consistent dedication and commitment to advancing universal design and access that everyone in our community can live, learn, work, and play with ease and enjoyment in Arlington. And I also want to recognize our Employee Resource Group, LEAD, for their coordination and leadership for today's proclamation event. All right, so after I read the proclamation, everybody who was here to celebrate Americans with Disabilities Awareness Day, please come on up and we'll do a giant picture. I have no idea who's going to take it, but we'll get it done. And the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed on July 26, 1990 to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities, and whereas July 26, 2023 marks the 33rd anniversary of the ADA, and whereas this legislation established a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities, and whereas 42.5 million Americans and 7.1% of Arlington residents report having one or more disabilities, and whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in community life, and whereas individuals with disabilities can live, work, learn, and play across our community, and we also realize that the full promise of the ADA will only be reached if we continue our efforts to fully implement the Act, both in letter and in spirit. And whereas on the anniversary of the ADA, Arlington County recognizes the progress that has been made by reaffirming the principles of equality and inclusion and recommitting our efforts to reach full ADA compliance. Now, therefore, I, Christian Dorsey, Chair of the Board of Arlington County, Virginia, do hereby declare this upcoming July 26th as Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day and encourage Arlington County residents to celebrate this anniversary of the signing of the ADA. That is it. Come on up, everyone. Okay, we're now ready to move next with what is always a treat to have our annual presentation on notable trees. So for this, I'd like to invite Forestry Section Supervisor in the Department of Parks and Recreation, Vincent Verway, to lead this presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm very happy to work for a department that does so many things from therapeutic recreation to trees, and trees can be our therapeutic recreation in a different way as we appreciate the biophilic nature of our county. So I am here to recognize the 2023 notable trees. These were, thanks go out to John Wingard and Jan Hull, the tree stewards who worked with the notable tree application and vet them with the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. This just a short bit of history I'd like to share. We've been doing this since 1987. There's a picture of the 1988 notable tree awardees and some old trees we had designated back then, and those are still, many of them are still with in our inventory. We have recognized 398 trees since then for their size or their neighborhood appeal. This year we got 36 tree submissions, which is higher than typical. 26 of those nominations were approved by the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. And I'll show some highlights and then show pictures of all the trees that we received. And since we have so many, I had to cluster them together, but nonetheless, they are all very impressive. One of the big highlights was a dawn redwood in Glen Carlin. This was planted in the early 1960s in front of the then new home of John and Mary Ben. Dawn redwoods were brought back from California by the horticulturalist Richard van Dersel. And Richard van Dersel shared his knowledge as well as trees and shrubs with the neighborhood. You can actually see these dawn redwoods all over the county. They're all about the same age. And they're always really striking with their kind of flame shape and deciduous foliage. Another really amazing highlight is we found a champion bur oak on the George Washington Memorial Parkway, or rather the volunteers found it right next to a bridge. You wouldn't expect that, but this is the largest bur oak in Arlington County, and this is now also a notable tree. I will flip to some pictures of different trees in neighborhoods across the county. Some wonderful oaks, primarily oaks, but also American elms, Perodia, and several other species like American sycamore. Here's a chestnut oak in the middle in beautiful fall color. We've got a willow oak, one of the more common trees on the top, on the right here. And all these trees were just fantastic, large, mature trees providing shade and all kinds of ecosystem benefits to our county. And more oaks, we just have a lot of them. And a sycamore in the middle. Another dawn redwood actually in the same neighborhood of Glen Carlin in the middle as well. You can see that same shape, kind of that flame shape going up. A Persian Perodia tree on the left that's actually not a large tree compared to the other trees, but very large for its species and an unusual species, so it got included as well. So here's a map with all the locations of these notable trees. They're kind of all over the place. Some of them are in Arlington County parks, and we are happy to be maintaining those trees as well. So I want to congratulate the 2023 notable tree winners, and I'd like to invite, I think I got everybody their certificate, but if anybody joined me late, we have certificates here. My coworker Jose can hand you your certificate. Please tell him your address, and he'll look it up. And then we can take a picture with the board and celebrate these wonderful trees.
Thank you so much. Excellent, excellent. So all the notable tree owners, caretakers, I don't know what the appropriate terminology is.
Probably both.
Caretakers, right?
Yeah. Congrats.
Thank you. Oh, you did?
All
Got
right.
it. And what's your neighborhood? Yes.
Wonderful.
Got it. Great.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks for
Is it
taking care of
Mary?
these trees. Mary is Julie Lee's mom.
Oh, okay,
90, Mary, you're 90 years young, is that right?
That's
Okay.
great. Yep, Julie said you were going to be here. I'm Libby.
Oh, yes, I know you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Congratulations on the gorgeous tree.
Is there a tree cheer?
There we go.
What is that tree pose? Kind of
All right, beautiful, thank you.
Thank
you.
Congrats.
So colleagues, before we let Vincent off the hook, are there any questions or comments that any of you would like to make? I know trees are always an important part of county board discussions, both intentional and generated from community interest. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to see the pictures from 1988 and each presentation to get a sense of things. It's also wonderful to see, you were saying, is it owners or stewards, or caretakers? Hopefully we are all seeking to be caretakers of our shared community, and the air quality the last couple of days kind of reminds us of that responsibility. But thank you to all who came.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I regret not being with you at this moment. This was a fantastic display of trees. I have one question for Mr. Vervey. So he mentioned Dutch elm and, American elm and American sycamore. So because of the changing climate, some of the species that are so fantastic and gorgeous when they mature, they are under pressure today, and they suffer from, the assault of different diseases and beetles, etc. So does this designation of a notable tree also imply that we will dedicate some resources to care about the health of these trees to extend their life as much as possible?
That's a good question. We worked with Eco Action Arlington a couple of years ago to add maintenance to expand their maintenance program. And most of these trees would probably fall under that program. The program has now completed its pilot and we're reviewing its effectiveness. So if people with notable trees want to look out for the future program, if there's a future maintenance program, they may be eligible for additional maintenance for those trees.
Thank you, Mr. Vervey. I'm very interested in this topic. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just follow up where Mr. Karantonis left, and I would love to know, and not immediately, because I am suspecting we don't keep track, but maybe we do. So we've done 398 trees. What's happened to them? How many are still here? How many have gone? I would really love to know. And I think where we're all kind of getting now is it's great to recognize them, and I think it, it encourages people to be aware of the trees. But I'm wondering if there's something a little more than we can do rather than just kind of giving them a blessing and telling them good luck. I think there probably is more, and maybe that's working with Eco Action. Maybe that's some budget at some point in your some money in your budget. But I really think we would like to do more, because I think with climate change, a lot of these big trees are threatened. And as you know, you and I have had a little correspondence about an absolutely gorgeous tree that was a notable tree and got chopped down for, as far as I can tell, no good reason at all. And I'm still mourning that tree. So, and I think that happens a certain amount around the county, not so much, but I'm sure some, and I'd love to be able to keep track of it. So thank you so much, and we'll figure out a way to do that that won't, take up all your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Next, and unfortunately, there's no great segue here, but I would like to recognize a dear friend, but also more importantly, a dear Arlingtonian who has passed away recently after fighting a courageous battle against cancer. Terry Seary, known to many Arlingtonians as one of the most thoughtful and just really pleasant civic engagers in our community. Terry was someone that I had the pleasure of serving with on the Planning Commission some years ago and developing a rapport and a relationship then that I was fortunate existed and persisted throughout the years. But beyond that, Terry leaves a lasting legacy of just always being a very thoughtful engager in anything that he involved with, whether it be an advisory commission like the Planning Commission or the nonprofit causes that he supported. Most notably, he has a legacy that lives on and will continue to live on in the form of him really being the first person that I can remember who articulated and championed what has now become known as the 72-hour rule for posting of any kind of documents and reports for the public to be able to review before they're discussed in any kind of a meeting, whether it's a board meeting or any other kind of public meeting. And Terry was just a persistent, but always in his Minnesota nice demeanor, polite person who said, look, if you're going to be a government that values transparency and all of that, the one way you do it, or to make sure that you do it, is by giving people who want to have meaningful input on things an opportunity to actually review them before they're decided. And instead of just articulating that principle, he very carefully worked through how it could work with existing workflows to make sure that this 72 hours was always upheld. And he was always among the first to let people know if the county fell short. And while I cannot say with absolute certainty that we've been able to live up to the 72-hour rule without exception, I can say confidently that it is well known within county government that is something that we should always, always, always strive to do. And it is a legacy that will certainly live on for quite a long time. And, I'll just say personally, Terry was just someone that I just liked a whole lot. And it's just rare to find individuals who you really can't say anything bad about them at all. But beyond that, he was also quite, he would surprise you from time to time. Terry was, for those who knew him, he was a pretty fit guy, trim and everything. And, one day we spent some time doing some political things, and in the middle, we're going to take a break for refreshment. And I'm just thinking, we'll go grab a water somewhere. But Terry kind of looked at his phone, looked at the neighborhood where we were in, and is like, all right, well, let's go to Popeyes. I want to get some chicken. And so we got chicken in the middle of this day while walking around, and it was just about the last thing that I would have expected that this fit, trim guy would have wanted to do in the middle of the afternoon. It should also be noted that Terry was part of a wonderful power couple with Ann Bisson, who died in 2020. And unfortunate Ann being, Terry's great love after she died. Certainly, Terry lost a huge portion of his life and a huge portion of his fight, but he did courageously fight cancer, and his loss will be certainly felt for quite a long time. So thank you for allowing me to remember Terry in this way, and now I'd like to recognize Vice Chair Garvey.
Thank you. Just a few remarks, because I think because and Ann had been ill some years before, so Terry, people who have just gotten involved in the last 5 years or so probably don't know Terry particularly. I first got involved, I think, during my school board campaigns. He had such a breadth, and I remember, so school board, and then I remember being sort of surprised. He arrived in my office early on when I had first became a county board member, and I can still actually see this very thick manila envelope that he brought with detailed information and sat down and worked it through with me. And then, so he sort of does everything, and including my best memory really is that we had a great trip with Ann and with Frank O'Leary down to the USS Arlington, coming in for its first maiden voyage, first coming into its port. And actually the food theme carries on, because we're driving down there and suddenly it was Ann, but it probably goes as a couple, whips out this cooler and they start distributing all these delicious little things for us to munch on the way down. It was a very classy trip down, and really that was because of Terry and Ann. So very special person. Arlington's lucky to have a number of these people that people don't really know about, but that's why we have the wonderful community we do. So he's definitely going to be missed.
Indeed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. it seems that this July has taken many notable Arlingtonians away from us. Terry is one of them. I had the enormous privilege to get to know him through his wife, Anne, and you mentioned her. And Anne was one of the champions of actually reaching out to small businesses on Columbia Pike in a completely new, way, very personal, very, focused in, doing her job for the Commissioner of Revenue back then, but most importantly, she was focused on how we welcome all these small businesses from all over the world, managed by minorities, how we welcome them into Arlington, being here at home. And a couple of times we walked with Anne and Terry, and he was absolutely amazing in the level of insight and the kindness and the love for the place. It was really very, for me back then, a very unique experience to have a, longer established Arlingtonian welcoming myself, in Arlington through this visit in these walks that we had back in 2011, I believe. So thank you for honoring Mrs. Siri today, and may he rest in peace.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Appreciate it greatly. We'll now move to make a number of...
Mr. Chair, I'm
yes.
sorry, before we, Chair Dorsey, before we move on, I'd just like to go ahead and let our ASL interpreter know that she, thank her for her service, and she can be dismissed now.
Oh, okay, wonderful. And we've enjoyed having you participate in this meeting, and thank you for providing those services.
It was amazing, actually.
And so we have a number of advisory group appointments to make, and I will move these all, and they will not need a second, but we will vote on them after they are all read. The Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission to appoint David Evans, Suzanne Swink, and Elizabeth Whitney for terms ending July 31st, 2025. To the Commission on the Status of Women, designate Caroline Romano as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2024. To the Community Services Board, appoint Durasco Webster for a term ending July 31, 2026. To the Disability Advisory Commission, reappoint both Alexa Mavroidis and Doris Ray for terms ending July 31st, 2025. To the Economic Development Commission, reappoint both Stephen Cooper and Catherine Lynch for terms ending July 31st, 2026. To the Health Systems Agency of Northern Virginia, appoint Robert Sharp and Jennifer Weber for terms ending June 30th, 2026. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, reappoint Neil Hunter for a term ending July 31st, 2025. To the Planning Commission, we reappoint Nia Bagley and Tinley Peterson for terms ending July 30th, 2027. To the Sports Commission, that we reappoint John Mingus and Nancy Sharkey. Their terms will end July 31st, 2025. And to the Transportation Commission, that we appoint Justin Furman for a term ending July 31st, 2026, and designate Christopher Slatz chair for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, 4-0, and we thank all of our advisory commissioners for their appointments or reappointments, and also those who have been designated to take on the role of being leaders. We very much appreciate your service, and we appreciate the efforts that you undertake on behalf of your community, and look forward to your work in the year ahead. Next, we'll have an opportunity for any reports from board members, and I think we'll start with Vice Chair Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And it's just quick. Anybody who's talked to me in the last 2 years or so or more knows I've probably talked to them about The Fourth Turning. It doesn't take long. It was a book that I was given in 2020 by Neil Howe, and it's a very interesting exploration of history, sort of from a demographic look. And when it was given to me, it was in the middle of the pandemic, and it sort of explained what was going on and why, as I've told people back in 1997 in their introduction, they basically said there's this pattern that happens over and over again, and most likely around 2006 we'll have a major crisis, probably economic, and then right about 2020 we'll probably have 2, maybe 3 crises. Could be a pandemic, could be a war, could be climate change, and we'll have a rise in authoritarianism, and here we are. It also talks about how people behave and gives some reasons for that, which at that point in time, I found it very helpful to sort of understand a little bit better the chaos. Really, it felt like chaos going on around us. So, very interesting book. He's come out with an update, if you will, called The Fourth Turning is Here. And it's not, some people think this is like an absolute prediction of what happens. It's not, but it's really a demographic look at sort of explaining how people are behaving and what kind of to expect with social change. And it seems to make a lot of sense to me. So he's coming, we're partnering with Encore Learning, and it will be web streamed, and also it will be, there'll be live streaming, so you'll be able to ask questions if you'd like during his presentation, and I probably can sneak in a question or two, so if you've got a real burning question you'd like to ask him, let me know, and I might be able to slip that in and ask him. Looking forward to the discussion. The Fourth Turning is Here, is coming out really soon. I don't have my copy yet, but I think it's coming out this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are going to move to a presentation from our county auditor, Jim Shelton, that will outline the FY24 audit work plan. So we'll give our auditor a chance to get situated up at the front.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
If we could go to the next slide, this is the proposed plan for FY24. Excuse me, I'm a little hoarse. And let's go to the next slide. The next slide is an abstract that covers the approach by the County Auditor's Office. This office focuses largely on revenue enhancement, cost containment, with limited view for compliance and internal controls, which is done by another group. We're doing it through a linear data risk approach, where we're data mining data using the new data software, Python. We're using the Power BI. We also have a follow-up approach that aligns previous studies with the recommendations that were made. And so we work with each one of the management offices to ensure that what they said they were going to do aligns with what we asked them to do. The approach to the audits from this office is holistic, where it has a predetermined scope, but it doesn't limit us to look at things as we go on. Because we are using 100% of the population of data, other things do come out, as opposed to looking at sampled data or looking at a very small slice of the information. So you'll see that language at the top of each study that talks about how we reserve the right to look at things holistically. If you go to the next slide, pardon me. This is the first study for the plan, which is going to start the second quarter in September. And this is what we're looking at fuel. We're looking at the use of fuel compared to the purchase of fuel. We're also looking at the purchase of fuel that happens outside of the county's pumps. There are reasons why people do that. We don't know what those are until we do the study. The policy allows for you to make purchases outside of the county's pumps. But the areas at the bottom will show you what we're focusing on. The incurred transportation costs versus billed services. I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. We're on, can we go back? Go back to the other one. Go back to the emergency management. My apologies, but this is the emergency management study. I have been looking at these for so long, I kind of am talking from my head and not the screen. So let's start with the emergency management. This is where we're looking at transport costs versus what was billed. We do charge for our transports, and we bill for the services. We have a billing a contractor that does the billing. So we look at what was billed and what was written off, what was waived, and the reasons for all of those. We will be benchmarking rates against other counties. And under this emergency medical services, it operates under agreement that services other counties. I think there's like 6 or 7 counties where we do service for them, they do service for us. And we'd like to look at what our failure to collect for whatever reason. Is it happening more inside the county or outside the county? And we want to look at the systemic reasons why things are waived and written. In some cases, there are specific reasons for waiving these items. So that's the emergency management. Pardon me for that. The next is the fuel cost. We have pumps in the county where we encourage staff to use the pumps as opposed to retail pumps. So we're looking at the tracker for all of the purchases of fuel, both within the county and outside of the county, to try to determine, the average fuel cost for what we're paying for our pumps versus what we're spending on retail pumps. We do buy our fuel on consignment under the contract with Mansfield, but which is less than just. It tends to be an okay price, but the retail price is really high. It's not an OPIS price; it's a consignment price. So we are paying a bit of a markup, but the retail cost is much higher. So we want to look at that, and we want to look at the count. We want to look at why, and we want to look at the costs incurred versus retail pumps versus what would have been incurred if we would have used only our pumps. And we understand that you can't always only use all of our pumps. And we can go to the next one. We want to also look at Department of Health building. We know that medical billing can be difficult, and we know that bills are often denied for several reasons, especially when you're dealing with Medicare and Medicaid. We also are going to look at the insurance companies' billings, which can also be rejected for whatever reason. We want to focus on systemic reasons why they're rejected, and try to identify those and eliminate those where we can. We want to look at the write-offs, and we have bad debt and we have write-offs. We want to look at the incurrence of bad debt and how does it accumulate and what leads it to the write-off. Things that have determined past a certain date is going to go to our treasurer, where they will do the collections on it, but they will only do the collections for 3 years past the date of service, and then they go back to the agency to clear them up. And we'll be looking at the ones that the Treasury Department has returned back to the departments to see how well that's working. We want to look at time to submit to patients and the time for the insurance company to remit. The longer it takes for us to bill and get the money, that's a less amount of time we have the money in our own coffers. So those are the 3 plans that takes us to the end of the year. We'll be producing another FY25 plan after those are completed.
Thank you very much. I'm now ready for any discussion or questions of Mr. Shelton about the audit plan. Just to remind you colleagues and the public, both me and Mr. Carantonis serve as the audit committee co-chairs, so we are rather familiar with this information. So I'll first ask Mr. Carantonis if there's anything that he would like to add in terms of the framing of the audit plan for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very pleased to see Mr. Shelton presenting his first annual plan, which, as most of us have just seen, is, segmented in quarterly deliverables, very specific deliverables, very down to earth, very, mostly very easy to understand. But make no mistake, the approach here is a novel one for Arlington County. Mr. Shelton has already mentioned that he uses data science to go through, big amounts of data, the complete universe of transactions. This is actually very insightful exercise, and we expect a lot to learn a lot about how our county works, how different departments work, and find out how we can improve on this. I'm eager to see the first deliverables at some point in the fall, and I can only thank Mr. Shelton for all the work that he has invested already in this, and also thank the audit committee for having accompanied us in this endeavor, and looking forward to continue.
Well said. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Shelton. These areas seem to me, from our looking back and what I know, these seem to be areas that would rise to the top for me too. So I'm really glad to see each of the three of them. It's great. I'm excited about the data-based approach. Just one question. I know you used over the past time period data experts to assist your work. Is that likely to continue at some point over the coming months? I know that at the moment we don't have those on board, but that it may be between times. And so I didn't know if that was that tool of graduate experts in data sciences. Would you still be using that? Is that right?
We will. Thanks to the Department of Management and Budget, or I'm sorry, that's a different agency, DMF.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
They have built a Power Platform that allows us to look at the entire general ledger. In fact, the data scientists today, which will be graduating soon, right now they're profiling everything so that as people come in, they can use that. Also, Michael Stewart, who is fantastic, has made it, him and Gus have made it very intuitive. So you really don't have to be a data scientist to do that part of it. And it's able to download things in Excel. The other part is going to take some training. That's the Python, the Anaconda, and the stuff that the data scientist is doing. It's not as intuitive, but they're leaving detailed instructions. So there'll be a bit of a learning curve. I'm not that comfortable with it yet, but hopefully, I'm looking for people who are more comfortable with applications like that. So that's the idea, because these will all be data-driven analysis. They're not going to be interview-based. They're not going to be compliance. They're going to be focused on your revenue and where do we generate it and where do we contain costs. So it's going to have to take that kind of approach.
Great. And just to offer it's great to hear DMF and the sort of partnership that's there. As you continue to look at it, just hoping that we can keep working through so we're aligned as DMF and your office looks at the numbers in these areas. Some of them, for example, the emergency medical service is inherently very difficult, and reimbursement for pure DHS medical services is also complicated. I just hope that we can keep working sort of partners on both all of our staff, your team as well as the department's team, even if there's data that's difficult, still want to work fully as a team and want to support the manager and you in that effort. And so thanks very much.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, just simply thank you. It's good to see you here with your first report, and look forward to the reports in the fall, and I probably will have some questions. I appreciate the note on the emergency services, just sort of saying kind of right up front that we don't deny services to anybody, so that people don't have to worry that that's what we might be about. So looking forward to the report in the fall, and thank you.
Thank you. So I think with this, I think it has been our custom. If not, we'll make it our custom to move to accept this audit work plan for the coming year. And Mr. Carantonis.
Oh, nothing, Mr. Chair. I wanted just to reiterate for the broader public, because sometimes when we mention a lot of reptiles like anaconda and pythons, etc., these are programming languages. They are used as tools to create heuristic algorithms. So, programs that crawl through data and, execute a search and data processing routine. So that was, I just wanted to clarify what we are talking about. So that's all. And other than that, yes, I think it's a very good idea and a very good practice to accept to vote on accepting the annual audit plan.
Thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions about Python, Anaconda, or any of the subsequent coding platforms, just ask your children, probably beginning in middle school. They'll know exactly what we're talking about. Anyway, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, we'll make it up. Yes. Mr. Karantonis and I will move that we accept the audit work plan. Mr. DeFerranti has seconded it. Is there any further discussion? Let's move to a vote on it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. The audit plan is accepted, and we encourage Mr. Shelton to go forth and produce results that we can dig into beginning in the second quarter. Thank you. All right, now we're ready to move on to regional reports, and I believe we have Ms. Garvey who has one.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a report that, in a way, we're giving reports to each other, but it's from a presentation of the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission that two of my colleagues, Mr. Karantonis and Mr. DeFranti, were with me at that, so they're well aware. And Mr. Dorsey, I know that you're with COG, very active with Metro, so this isn't going to be news to anybody, but we do have, I know, thousands of people that watch these meetings, and it's a big issue coming up, so I thought I would just kind of go over it quickly, because I just found it was sort of interesting, all the information put together. So we had Randy Clark, who is the new general manager and CEO of WMATA here. He's been in for about, I think it's a little over a year now. And there's a lot going on. So we'll just go, one, we always hear kind of things about shutdowns and all that, but he came first with some good news, which is always good. Next slide, please. And that's just simply slowing the increase in customer satisfaction. It's nice to see the satisfaction for the rail was at a historic high, and bus customer satisfaction is also pretty good. So people are getting back, those that are getting back onto our public transportation systems through Metro are happy with what they find. Next slide. And this is just, I won't go over all of this. It's just there's a lot going on. I was struck by the number of hires that they have hired. A lot of people being hired, a big increase in train trips, obviously, since the pandemic. But there's a lot going on with Metro, and it kind of reminds us a little bit about all the things that go on. It's not just the buses and the trains. It's everything that goes into them work, including escalators to get there, which I know is often an issue. Next slide. So then one of the things we want a point to make, which we're all aware of, but it's always nice to see numbers, which is how much we depend on Metro in this region. And I always get a kick out of within 1/2 mile of Metro rail stations, they have all of the 60% of the population, 70% of the job, 50% of employees. And of course, a lot of that is in Arlington. Arlington is very dependent on Metro for our growth and for our lifestyle here, and it's part of what attracts people here. And then there's just more, how much, it's interesting, 3% of the region's land, but 30% of the property value, 40% of jobs, 65% of new office development, 50% of new apartments. There's a real dependency on Metro. I sort of see it as part of the circulatory system of the region, and without which I think we probably can't really survive, which gets us to the next slide, which is the deficits coming up. So we've kind of done all right because there was a lot of relief due to the pandemic, but built into the Metro Compact is basically a very difficult funding mechanism, and there's no dedicated operational revenue, as I understand it, and I'm sure some of my colleagues can speak to it more authoritatively than I can. But I understand that when Metro was first formed, is it 50 years? How long ago was that Metro Compact? A long time ago. It was sort of decided then that it wasn't sustainable. but it was the only thing that could bring things together. So politically, they went ahead and did it, but there was kind of an general understanding it wasn't going to be able to last forever, and there were going to be problems eventually, and here we are eventually, and there are big issues with this deficit. So people may hear a lot, we'll be talking this year about the $75.75 billion deficit, $750 million, but that's just the start. We may solve that, but we continue to have problems. So this is a long-term issue that needs to really be addressed, and I think we're going to finally wrestle with it because we have to. Next slide. So one of the things that was brought out in his presentation, that it's actually not quite stated here, but I, was just reminded of, which is good, is how cutting services really wouldn't help. People say, well, just cut back a little bit and save money. Because Metro has so many fixed costs, in other words, things that have to be covered and paid for no matter whether the trains run or the buses run or not, it all has to be covered. Cutting service doesn't really do very much. You have to cut service a lot before you actually affect the budget. And of course, if you cut the service enough to actually have an effect, which he was talking about a 67% cut, you really would kind of be the end of the system in many ways, and the end of its functioning here in this region, which I think we really just could not handle as a region. Next slide. Capital funding is also a problem. You'll hear a lot of talking about the operating fund, because that's one of the major issues, that we don't have this dedicated fund like every other transportation system does. But we also have issues with capital investment that are going to get difficult, if not next year, soon, in a couple of years out. So there's that problem looming. And the next slide, my last one, which I just thought I'd put up again, a repeat of how important Metro is to the region. So we're getting to, the point of this whole presentation is we're getting to be between a rock and a hard place. We really, really need Metro. The funding really, really isn't working. It can't operate unless we fix the funding. And unless we fix the funding, we're going to be in big trouble, but it's going to be a really hard, heavy lift. And I think I'm just kind of warning people that we haven't been talking about it so much lately, but I think in the future there's going to be a lot of regional discussions about Metro and how we're going to fund it, and we got to do things differently. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Vice Chair Garvey for bringing this presentation to this right now, this afternoon. I think for those in the room and those listening, this is going to be a major challenge for us. Both locally, we're going to have to lean into putting resources towards this, revenues towards this, and then there's a huge challenge of engaging with Richmond as well. So this is about as big an issue as I think there is over the next year. And I think all of us know this on the board, but it is important to communicate this again and again often. And I think the Council of Governments is going to play a critical convening role. But if you think about the things we would want to do for our employees next year, we also are going to be having big pressures with Metro. So I don't want to filibuster longer, but I will just say this is so important, and it will probably be one of the biggest issues we face over the coming year. So thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just add, just so people listening, we don't think that we in Arlington County can just step up and do a percentage increase and we can handle it. We can't. The funding mechanism just simply has to change, and that's going to be the big discussion. Thank you. And it's nice we have 3 positions on NVTC, which is doing a lot of work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll say for my part, the Metro service cuts that have sort of been advertised out there, those are not going to happen, as Ms. Garvey mentioned, because they can't. It's if you get to those level of cuts, you might as well just shut down the system and call it a day, which is not going to happen. But that doesn't mean that the service can't be right-sized for our new normal, and I mean that not just in daily operations, but in thinking about the long-term horizon of capital investments in Metro. We've really got to figure out what our new normal is in terms of the commuting patterns. People well know that the Metro system was built on a paradigm of people go to work at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, they return 4, 5, 6 in the afternoon, and then there's really little demand outside of those hours. Well, we now know that the way people not only work, but the way they conduct life is more on a 24/7 cycle, or close to it, an 18-hour-a-day cycle. And Metro needs to be able to be relevant with that new normal. And what that means in terms of capital investments, in terms of rail cars needed, power supply needed, and everything else needs to be rethought and right-sized moving forward to understand fully what's required. Then we need people to fill the trains. Once we figured out what the right size is, we got to get workers back on trains going to offices. So, you know, this sort of skittishness that currently exists for a lot of reasons for people to not be very strict, I guess, in terms of when people need to be in the office. You know, at some point, that's really got to become a little bit, got to get firmed up a bit for us to actually be able to deliver the kind of service at the right size that is required. And the other thing that I know a lot of folks are thinking about regionally is the role and responsibility of the federal government in this conversation. And, you know, I want to be very clear. The federal government is often invoked when people are in trouble, and, you know, hence the colloquialism, federal bailouts. This is not what this conversation is about. It's about the federal government actually living up to its responsibility that I would argue it has been a relative free rider on since the beginning of the system, of not providing any consistent operational support beyond subsidizing a rider and the fare that they pay when they're on it. Given that Metro, its full construction is based on serving the federal government, whether it be stops at the Capitol and various large federal agencies, but also stops that service the federal government's tourist footprint in the nation's capital, we would not be operating the system that we operate were it not for the need to facilitate effective access to the federal government. That level of responsibility needs to come with some operational support. And while you'll often hear people say, well, the federal government really doesn't provide operational support broadly to transit, I don't care. No other transit agency in the United States serves the federal government like Metro, so it ought to be different. And so anyway, we're going to be working on a lot of different fronts, including with the business community, to figure out how we deal with this issue because, you know, Ms. Garvey, in addition to the structural issues, you know, Metro's got a next year issue, and that's going to require not this big, grand new fix, because there's no way it's going to happen in that amount of time, but some cobbling together of everybody figuring out what they can do to avoid catastrophe in the year ahead. Sorry, had a few things to get off my chest there. Appreciate your indulging me. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Carantonis.
Oh, Mr. Chair, you have mostly covered everything. I just wanted to add two things. One is we have seen that with the appropriation in 2018 that was a similar situation, not the same, a similar situation. We have seen significant improvement of Metro, and we know that we are in a place as a region to actually, have a transportation system that is capable of delivering the mobility under the new normal and the mobility that still serves 6 million of people across this metropolitan region in a very, very good way, and at the same time connects with other transportation systems. A lot of value is embedded in this. It's value that pays for our schools, pays for our social services, pays for governance in general, pays for a lot of things. So the stakes are really very, very high. And what you said at the very end, that this is a two-pronged effort right now. One is to see what we do with immediate deficit that appears as a so-called fiscal cliff next fiscal year, and at the same time how we resolve the issue of finding a better way to fund Metro on the long term. I think that right now every stakeholder understands that both issues, both questions need an answer. They may need an answer in deferred times. There is obviously the first one that is more urgent, But the second needs an answer as well, because if we are not capable of giving an answer to the long term, the structural support for Metro, the dedicated revenue base for the system, then we will find ourselves having to fight again and again and again, and having to deal with this kind of deficits as we go. And this is not going to end well. So I think that we are at a real point of inflection for the entire region. And I believe that, most regional governments and the elected officials and also the legislatures begin to understand that this is a very serious problem and that needs a long-term solution.
Thank you. And if we could just return to a point and just to see if our manager can recall, and I apologize, Mr. Schwartz, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but just to give concrete depth to this conversation, if localities were to absorb, according to formula, responsibility for filling Metro's next year's gap, what would that mean for Arlington?
As Randy Clark said to me when I met with him a few weeks ago, our share of that $750 million gap would be $60 million.
So, $60 million, that's roughly, 7 pennies on the tax rate. It's just, what's the Princess Bride line? It's inconceivable, right? It just cannot happen. So, I just want to be very clear, whether it's, our constituents or, Metro boosters or anything else who think ultimately that at the end of the day, everyone just sort of rolls up their sleeves and sucks it up and pays the bill. Aside from what I will not bore you on it being statutorily not possible, it is fiscally not possible for that to be the fix. And so there's going to be a lot of work ahead.
And that 60 is on top of what we're already.
Correct. Which is still a lot. Okay. All right. We are going to take a brief little recess and come back in 15 minutes for something that is
Mr. Chair?
very, very fun to do.
Chair, I believe that Mr. Carantonis has a presentation
Oh, I thought that was changed.
at the regional
Mr. Carantonis, you're not doing the,
EV development.
oh, you're doing EV.
did.
It's the other one that's changed. Got it. Okay, one more. Mr. Carantonis, you are recognized for your COG regional report.
Thank you. And this information item, I usually refer to Metro as the biggest and most efficient electric vehicle that is available to everybody. But this time I wanted to just to spread information about a Metropolitan Council of Government initiative that has to do with electric mobility. There is roughly not a single week is passing without my office receiving several inquiries about what we plan to do with electric vehicle service and electric vehicle charging infrastructure, etc. And the truth of the matter is that this is a change of technology. This is a change of needs out there for this kind of mobility, and we don't always have the ready answers to that. So based on that, the Metropolitan Council of Governments started a initiative to get local jurisdictions together to actually create a clearinghouse for every type of information relevant to the issue. Next slide, please. So we started in September 2022, so this for the past fall, and this is all in implementation of COG's 2030 Climate and Energy Action Plan that obviously includes the deployment of electrified mobility, I should say. The whole point of the clearinghouse is to bring together resources on local EV plants and policies to coordinate procurement, installation operations, to look at the agreements that are undergirding all this, and see whether, what kind of grant and partnership opportunities there are for EVs and for the related infrastructure. one of the first deliverable was an EV charging station locator map that serves as a resource. And in the next slide, you can see how this looks. For example, for our location in Clarendon, this is 2020 in Courthouse 22201. Arlington. So apparently there are 2017 locations, stations with 5,682 charging ports. This may look a lot, but actually it isn't. You have to understand that anybody who sees that map has to understand that inside the circle there are almost more than 6 million people living. So this is still a relatively sparse amount of number of locations for charging. This is still not an organized infrastructure. This is not a map. And the tool that produces this map, this is not a map that is comparable to the service maps that certain electric vehicles have that seek the next charging possibility, or the kind of maps that you can download on applications on your phone. This is a map that guides the structural thinking about how to deliver infrastructure over the territory and cross jurisdiction over many jurisdictions over 3 states. Next slide, please. So the data repository and clearinghouse has 6 main topic areas. So we collect and we make available information about EV grants and funding, which is right now a very important part of the work of our governments, to find how the federal government, how local governments, how state governments support electric mobility, and try to interpret that and translate that into local action, or find whether it makes sense or not to have access to these things. The second thing is more consumer related. These are the many layers of EV deployment or EV incentives that exist for individual drivers, individual buyers and owners. The third is about the legal framework for all this, the laws and regulations. And believe it or not, this is really one of the hottest topics right now, because electric vehicles are fundamentally different than other vehicles. And we find that soon we'll have to regulate them in a different way than conventional vehicles. So take, for example, the laws and regulations that govern fire safety of these vehicles that are very different than conventional vehicles, combustion engine vehicles. Then the aforementioned charging station locator, and then a full repository of local deployment plans. We are a very diverse region with many smaller and bigger jurisdictions, and everybody right now is trying to address the issues of the demand for electric vehicle charging infrastructure on their own, basically in a local way. That creates a patchwork of very different infrastructure thinking across the region, and the whole point is to coordinate that and make it appear like more consistent and more easily accessible for those who will be driving and already are driving electric vehicles around. And the final one, and for me one of the most interesting one, is the EV Ready checklist, which is basically an instruction or a set of a checklist of actions that local governments can follow in order to deploy electric vehicle infrastructure, or to develop electric vehicle policy, deployment policy, embed electric vehicles in their zoning and their planning, in their transportation thinking. Next slide, please. So, as I said before, you see here that the checklists, the EV Ready checklist, go through basically the entirety of government work on the deployment of electric vehicles. There are checklists for community planning. How do we plan for electric vehicles? How do we park them? How do we accommodate them in our localities? The second thing is about zoning. So, for example, we know a lot about the difference. We don't need traditional gas stations anymore, but we have something that looks like that or functions like that, like charging stations, bigger charging stations. But this infrastructure will be also now quite more dispersed and established in different places. So there are zoning implications for that. The third one is anything that has to do with building codes. Building codes are extremely important. I mentioned the fire safety before, and there are many more issues that are very specific to electric mobility. And permitting and inspections, this is now a completely different network of electric power delivery that we need, and the equipment for that is anything else but trivial. So permitting inspections will be an important part of local implementation plans. There is a checklist for government fleets like ours, the sedan fleet first, and then going into more complicated and more difficult to electrify vehicles like other utility vehicles that we have. There is a checklist for public education and outreach. This is a core function of government to inform the general population and facilitate their access to the electric vehicle transformation. And last but absolutely not least, public safety and security. So, and last slide, next one. So this is a long URL. I'm sorry about this, but if somebody goes to the www.mvcog.org, it's easy to find. Everything that I just mentioned is there. The clearinghouse is operational. It's available to everybody. It will continue to be enriched, and a lot of information will be added. So everybody who is invested in the deployment of electric vehicles and in the growth of this kind of infrastructure, of this 21st century mobility infrastructure, will find a wealth of information that is only going to grow in the next few months. Behind that, there is a very dedicated working group. Several of our county staff is participating in that, and I thank them for this. And we hope that at the end of the year and looking forward in coming years, this will grow into a real tool for an implementation of a type of mobility, a new technology that will be kind of more homogeneous across the territory, and therefore it will be a more efficient delivery and deployment. So that's all that I had to say about this, and I had to report about this. And thank you for accommodating me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Any questions or comments? Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Saturday afternoon, one of our C2E2 leaders, Climate and Environment Commission, made the point that all of the fires reinforce what a crisis climate is. And initially, I was overwhelmed and a bit despondent to hear the comment, because I like to have solutions in addition to challenges. And but I did reflect on it over the weekend, and I just think, there's a lot of detail, and it can be very difficult as far as EV, but I just think it's worth acknowledging that we're seeing daily manifestations of the climate challenges that we're facing, and it's a sort of remotivation to treat this as the huge challenge that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now I think Madam Clerk, I think we're finished with reports.
Yes.
And so everyone, if you will indulge us, we'll take a very brief, less than 15-minute break. We'll resume here at 4:30 with highlight of the afternoon, swearing in of Arlington's next county board member, only second person of Latin descent to hold the seat in Arlington County, Virginia. So join us for the swearing in of Tanya Talento at 4:30. Thanks. Do we not have it plugged in? Righty. Thanks everyone for joining us for this swearing in. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge some special guests in attendance. I'd like to begin with our Vice Chair of the Arlington School Board. I see David Pretty. We also have our Sheriff, Jose Quiroz. Our Commonwealth Attorney, Parissa Degani Tafti. Joining us from the City of Alexandria, City Councilman Kanik Aguirre. And a very special welcome to former County Board members, John Milliken, current Clerk of the Court, but former County Board member Paul Ferguson, who will be part of the program, and the very first person of Latin descent elected to the Arlington County Board, Walter Tejada. We are thrilled that you could all join us this afternoon for this wonderful event, swearing in of Tanya Talento, County Board Chair Christian Dorsey, and we will have a very abbreviated program, and I apologize for that, Tanya, but it's the nature of this being a novel and unique circumstance that we've kind of had to figure it out on the fly. So you will, of course, get all of the trappings of being inaugurated into the office of being a county board member, which includes the swearing in by our Clerk of the Court, Mr. Paul Ferguson. Are you okay?
Apologize, everybody. Yeah, I just wasn't looking at the mic and tripped over. You would think I would be more comfortable in this room and know that it was there. So my apologies for that scare. That created drama that we didn't need, that took attention away from our newest board member. Even though it's an appointment, it really is a celebration. We all know Tanya Talento from her work in the community over the years, specifically as an elected member of the Arlington School Board. I was told to keep it short, get it done. So Ms. Talento, would you please come up so I could administer the oath? Would you please raise your right hand? Do you, Tanya Talento, solemnly swear or affirm that you will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you will faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Arlington County Board for a term commencing July 15th, 2023, and ending December 31st, 2023, according to the best of your abilities?
I do.
Congratulations. It's good. Send you a copy. Thank you.
So it is signed, so it is official. Signature is everything, right? First, I just want to thank all of you for being here to celebrate this moment with me. It is very extraordinary for me to even be considered. And so first and foremost, I have to thank the sitting county board members for their vote of confidence in my ability to serve Arlington. I do recognize the importance of this role and of the matters that will come before the board during this time, and I do not take that lightly. I also understand that there were a few extraordinary candidates being considered as well. And as you know, every good secret is kept really well in Arlington. So to those who are my friends and colleagues, please know that I was honored to be considered with you. It was a true privilege. I want to make sure that Arlington knows, even though I was not elected by the people, that I will commit to serve our community members, and our county to the best of my ability, with hard work, with commitment, with listening to every person who I'm able to connect with who has an issue that will come before the county board, to the best of my ability and to the best that my schedule will allow. I do make that commitment. I have campaigned before when I ran for the school board, and in that process, you get to interview with all of your community members. That did not take place here, but as a good friend shared with me, Tanya, you have reached true leadership when you are appointed to something in your community, because it shows that you have already been determined a leader. And so for that honor, I am grateful, and I thank my county board members for appointing me to the county board. I also have to sincerely thank our U.S. Senator Mark Warner for his gracious and generous support as I take on this appointment while continuing to be his Northern Virginia Regional Director. I will be adjusting my work schedule to balance both roles and responsibilities during this temporary appointment, and I'm truly grateful to him for supporting me while I fill this role through the end of the year. And I have to get a shout out to my Vienna office work colleagues and Senator Warner State Director Zach Golden. Thank you for your encouragement and for backing me as I navigate the next few months of this extraordinary public service. And please know I'll be recusing myself from any Senate business that may come before the board. And finally, I do want to make a small note that while I'm not the first Hispanic Latino to serve, I am the first Latina. I am the first Hispanic woman to serve on the county board. My parents immigrated here from Guatemala. They worked hard. They worked many jobs. It was their risk in coming to an unknown land where they fought to give their children the dreams that were not possible for them. And it is an honor to them that I seek to serve the community, because it's their hard work and their own service in helping their family and others that has inspired me to continue to give back. And while we had a difficult time, low income, and an immigrant family here, it never stopped them for asking us to go for the best and to do good and to serve people. And so, papi, te quiero agradecer mucho por estar aquí conmigo hoy día. Yo sé que tu sacrificio y el sacrificio de mi mamá es la razón que yo estoy aquí, y te quiero dar ese agradecimiento con todo corazón. My dad is here with me today. He is filming. And it's a big deal. It's a big deal because the fact that I am here today and that I was appointed by my colleagues, it is important for Hispanic, Latino, Latina youth who seek to serve the community in the future, because I do follow in the footsteps of the Honorable Walter Tejada, the first Latino county board member. And my father understood what I was doing when I said, it's a position that Walter Tejada held. So if you were Latino in the community when Walter Tejada gained this position, the community felt like they had a voice, even if you weren't part of Arlington. I'm also following the footsteps of Dr. Emilan Sanchez, our first Latina school board member, and Delegate Alfonso Lopez, our first Latino Virginia House of Delegates member. He has joined us today, and I thank you. Alfonso and Emma and Walter have been my mentors and my guides and an inspiration for me. And I know that Delegate Elizabeth Guzman is also here. She was the first Latina to serve in the House of Delegates, and I am grateful for her leadership in our community, so thank you for being here. This is important because it's because of them that this opportunity did not feel out of reach for me or out of the norm. It's because of you. And I thank you for that. I thank you, Walter, Em, and Alfonso, for that. And I hope that I can be a similar example and inspiration to others as they seek to see leadership in themselves and for their community. So I just want to say thank you for your support. To my county board members who have appointed me, for your confidence in my ability to serve. And thank you for the community, my friends, my mentors, and most importantly, my family. For anyone who's done public service, you will know that it is not a one-person job. It is a job of your family. And they sacrifice your time. They make sure you eat at night when you're coming back from a late community meeting. They make sure that every time you say yes, are you sure you want to do that? Have you thought about it? Because they know everything that you're doing, and I could not do this work for my community without your support, your encouragement, and your love. And I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for that, because I would not be here without you. So I look forward to serving Arlington to the best of my ability, with a commitment to the well-being of our community and our community members, with a commitment to transparency and hearing what the community wants us to share as we make our decision-making, and to consider your opinions, but to also recognize that we have a county manager and a county staff that works hard every day to deliver the good work for the people. And I think that as a county board member, your job is to find the compromise between both needs, and to serve that well, and to work with your county board members to make sure that you're delivering the best outcome for your community, and I commit to doing that. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you again for the appointment.
It is with apologies that I neglected to see Delegate Elizabeth Guzman, and I see that Delegate Alfonso Lopez has joined us. I don't think you were here when I did the initial round of recognition, so I don't feel bad about overlooking you. But I do feel bad about overlooking former school board member Nancy Van Doren. Is there anybody else that I missed in my overview? Who's next? Who's next? Oh, we also have former school board member Barbara Cannon, and were you here earlier as well? Man, I am so sorry. Got to get the prescription checked. Well, anyway, at this point, this concludes our ceremony. We are very grateful for all of you who are able to join us. The board will move immediately into a closed session, but we will have some time for everyone to celebrate Tanya's appointment. And you no longer need to thank us, Tanya. You are our colleague. So this is the point at which all of the jobs that we don't like to do, we get to foist upon you. So get ready for a lot of Open Door Mondays, and any tough challenges, since you didn't go through the missing middle crucible with us, we're going to load you up. So. Exactly. No, that's old news. That's old news. All right. Thank you all very much. County board colleagues, we have to move into a closed session, but everybody else, just sit here for a minute and then we can celebrate. But, correct. You get to celebrate with everybody else and just enjoy. All right, so I move that the members of the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A7 for two discussions with the county attorney regarding probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county board. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. We'll now move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. We are now in a closed session. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. The board is returned from its closed session. To that end, colleagues, I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Will our clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
And with that, we are back in open session. And for those of you who are intending to speak in any portion during tonight's meeting, when you come to address the lectern, the microphone is on. You do not need to press anything, but you can adjust the lectern to a height that is suitable for you by utilizing the up and down arrows that are located to the right of the microphone as you face it. If you have documents that you'd like to submit as part of your testimony this evening, please hand those to our clerk and be sure that they include your name and other contact information on all documents. For those who are joining us remotely, we ask that you please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are recognized to speak. You will need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you are joining by phone, or by pressing the microphone toolbar if you are joining us using Teams on either an app or a browser. And occasionally during the meeting, board members may leave the dais, but we are not leaving the meeting. We can follow with monitors and speakers in the back. We'll begin with consideration of our consent agenda items that were pulled on Saturday. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any speakers for items that were removed from consent?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Cindy Nelson, followed by Nicholas Dines.
Do we have Cindy Nelson present?
For the Staples site, is this the appropriate time?
Yes, this is the appropriate time.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. My name is Cindy Nelson, and I live at 714 North Nelson Street in Arlington. My home is located about 75 to 100 feet right in front of the Staples entrance. I don't know how many of you have been to that Staples entrance, but hopefully you're all familiar with the location. My main concern with the proposed daycare center is the noise that's going to occur from both the automobiles and the children at the daycare center. Arlington County has a noise ordinance. Chapter 15 on noise control stipulates that the maximum permissible noise from motor vehicles up to 35 miles per hour is 70 decibels, which is 70 decibels. A car door slam registers at 80 decibels, just FYI, which is above Arlington's permissible level of 70 decibels. Further, continuous noise for R27 is set at a maximum of 60 decibels during the day starting at 7 a.m. Car alarms, just FYI, have a typical volume of between 97 to 112 decibels and can be heard blocks away from the source. Section 15.6, titled Prohibited Acts of the Ordinance, states that it is unlawful for any person, including children, to engage in yelling, wailing, shouting, or screaming between the hours of midnight and 9 a.m., such that the yelling, wailing, shouting, or screaming can be heard within any dwelling unit, lodging unit, house, or apartment of another person at least 100 feet from the source of the sound. So in summary, for my concern, having 84 cars in the AM and 84 cars in the PM on a continuous basis with constant door slamming of 2 doors, mind you, for every pickup and every drop-off, a sense that the parent would have to get out of the car, would have to go into the back and get the children, so you would have slamming of doors, not only to open them, but then when the parent comes back, so I guess it would be actually 3 times, they would be doing this every morning and every night, would result in constant violations of Arlington's noise ordinance policy and exceeding the decibel levels that have been set by this county. Another concern I have is regarding the traffic that this daycare center will cause. Currently, Staples opens at 10 a.m., which bypasses the early morning traffic. The daycare, I'm assuming, would have hours that would be between 7 to 10 a.m. in the morning. Okay.
You still have 30 seconds.
Oh, yes, sir. Between 7 and 10 a.m. in the morning, which would create traffic havoc on this street. As you may know, Oakland Street is not a very big street. I don't know where 84 cars are how they're going to get in and out of Oakland Street. I'm really concerned about this traffic going onto adjacent streets, Nelson Street and Pollard Street, so I would really, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Dinez, followed by Ann Bodine.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, I just checked in to the meeting, so I saw my neighbor Cindy there. She might have hit points that I'm going to hit on, so I apologize if it's repetitive. I am both a part of the Civic Association in Ashton Heights, and I also live on North Oakland, very near to the Staples site. We sent in a letter that outlines our concerns, echoing Cindy's point, the traffic concern there, both with the amount of vehicles for the parents dropping off and picking up, and kind of enforcement over the year. If there was a problem with traffic, how we could address that issue. I'm concerned that down the line, there would be, if traffic was backing up to the light and causing problems at the light at Wilson and North Oakland, I don't know how we would address that. I think it would just remain a problem. Also, deliveries into that small parking lot. It's always bothered the neighbors that commercial property is mainly accessed through an alley. It's a very tight alley, and I know they want to use that alley further to have traffic egress onto 6th Road North. There's an apartment building that backs up to that alley, and children live there and play in and around that alley. So that's a concern. I don't know if it's been brought up yet, but the noise from the playground that is meant to be next to the Staples and back up to, there's some yellow garden level apartments that are at front North Oakland Street. They're owned by the same developer. It's very close. It would be maybe 20 feet at most, maybe less. I'm concerned about the noise that will come from the playground. Kids, I have a young daughter. Kids like to yell a lot, scream a lot when they play, and that's great. But I think in the age when a lot of people work from home and live in that apartment building, I've spoken to those people, apartment dwellers, and I think that would be really rough. That's one reason in the letter we requested a taller fence, which I think they agreed to, 6 foot, but then also some sort of sound or noise mitigation. I think would be desirable. Aside from that, just it's an odd property. It's a commercial property. Everything else around it is residential. And so the noise, the traffic, I think it just creates a concern for us in that spot. And aside from that, we welcome daycare centers. I think the number of children in that space with that poor access, and we know it won't have enough parking spaces as required by a county, but they've been given permission to do it so far anyways. That's our concern. I think if it was less children, it would be different. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Ann Voderbergy.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Ann Bodine. I'm from Lyon Park. I'm here to talk about the Barcroft Apartments. I'm very concerned about upzoning across the county and the potential for gentrification. I attended the Planning Commission meeting last week and was very happy to hear the preservation plan presented by the applicant and their attorney, and commend all of you for putting that forward. But I have one or two concerns that I want to raise with you today. Specifically, I know the county has made the pledge that there would be no displacement of legacy tenants there, and I think there's still a lack of clarity among some of the tenants about what the tenant relocation plan involves, in particular for this first phase of redevelopment that was outlined that is before you today. So I'm hoping the board will give a little more clarity and also bring in both La Colectiva and ACE Collaborative that have been working there very closely, and a broader variety of the tenants, some of whom I've also been talking to. They're not aware of the plan. One other issue that struck me at the Planning Commission discussion, there was a question by Commissioner Berkey about the 30% of AMI, and that's an issue I'm concerned about as well, that the no displacement pledge will apply to people at the 30% level who are much more vulnerable than those at the 60%. And I believe the applicant explained it in a way that was very confusing to me and I believe others, that they were saying it was 30% of 60% of AMI at the site. And I'm just hoping the board will clarify that before you take any vote today, because AMI at the site is not a concept. AMI is area median income. I don't believe there's a concept of median income at the site, so I'm hoping you'll clarify that before you take any vote today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Voderbergy, followed by Esther Nunez.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to comment on the proposed first phase of Barcroft's redevelopment. I'm Ann Vorderbrugge, and I'm here representing the Arlington Community Foundation. We are focused on the needs of Arlingtonians who live at 30% AMI or less. And we believe that for the foreseeable future, every affordable housing deal across Arlington should aim to provide 10% of its units as 30% CAFs. This recommendation is informed by pilots we've completed over the past couple of years with AHC, APA, and Wesley Housing. And we did these to compare the costs of buying down CAFs to 30% AMI to the costs of rent subsidies to that same level of affordability. And based on this work, we can say that in today's dollars, it costs 50% more to provide an annual rent subsidy over 30 years than to create bricks and mortar unit at 30% AMI from the start. Given that understanding, we've been following with great interest the next steps at Barcroft. In May of 22, 255 households at Barcroft reported earning 30% AMI or less. So we have consistently advocated that at full build-out, 255 units should be hardwired at 30% AMI on the property, and that this commitment to this goal should be in writing in the Master Finance and Development Plan. With respect to Condition 39 in this use permit, we believe that the reference to deepening affordability below 60% AMI is a step in the right direction. But we urge you to stipulate that 9 or 10 or 10% of the first 93 units be identified as 30% AMI CAFs. And we commend the county and Gyre Lynch and Amazon for putting up safeguards to meet your promise of no displacement for current tenants. Of course, rent subsidies will always continue to be critical to sustained housing stability for low-income residents, but those dollars can be spread much further the more 30% dedicated CAFs we have in place. The Community Foundation has very much appreciated the collaborative spirit that the county and Gyre Lynch have brought to conversations about the tools to get to deeper affordability to reflect the tenant mix at Barcroft. We are excited that there do appear to be a variety of strategies that will get us there while staying within the dollars originally committed. And we look forward to learning more about what staff is considering when the first public conversation on deepening affordability takes place in September at the Housing Commission. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Esther Nunez, followed by Luz T.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Soy una inquilina de Barcroft, del grupo de inquilinos de Barcroft.
I am a Barcroft tenant from the Barcroft Tenants Group.
Antes de otorgar la primera cara de renovación,
before they started the first phase of the renovation,
Gyre Lynch debe ser transparente en su contrato de arrendamiento.
Gyre Lynch needs to be transparent in their rental contract.
Sobre lo que es un inquilino elegible, no es muy claro en la página 25.
Transparent about what an eligible tenant is, or what constitutes an eligible tenant, because it's not very clear on page 25.
Me preocupa que esto desplace a muchos de nosotros.
I'm worried that this is going to displace many of us.
También estoy aquí para exigir que Barcroft Tenant Group sea accionista.
I'm also here to demand that Barcroft Tenant Group be a stakeholder.
Y participe en todas las tomas de decisiones con Barcroft.
And participate in all of the decision-making along with Barcroft.
No confío en que el condado esté analizando todo lo que podría afectarnos.
I don't trust that the county is analyzing everything that could affect us.
por lo que es importante que los inquilinos sean parte
So it is important that the tenants be a part
para asegurarnos de que todo sea lo mejor para nosotros.
to make sure that everything is done in the best possible way for us.
También es nuestro derecho porque se utilizaron fondos públicos
It's also our right because public funds were used
para comprar Barcroft sin un plan sin un plan real sobre cómo será elegible para nosotros, será asequible para nosotros.
to buy Barcroft without a plan of how it's going to be affordable for us.
Queremos transparencia total.
We want total transparency.
Necesitamos que por favor le exijan al señor Jair Lynch
We need we would like you to please demand to Mr. Jair Lynch
que nos explique por escrito quiénes serán o no elegibles
that they explain to us who will and won't be eligible
para regresar a los apartamentos después de la renovación
to return to the apartments after the renovation,
y que la explicación sea por escrito.
and that this explanation be given to us in written form.
Nosotros tenemos derecho a que se nos explique esto claramente. Gracias.
We have the right that this be explained to us clearly. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you, Ms. Nunez.
Our final speaker is Luz T.
Hello, good afternoon. I have a couple points on Barcroft. First, I just want to amplify that there needs to be more clarity on the list that Jair Lynch put on page 25 on who's eligible. We had requested for them to remove that and just say that tenant. It shouldn't say either eligible or not. And our main concern is that when ACE and La Colectiva were reviewing the lease, we saw a lot of loopholes, and we're definitely not lawyers. So we were able to get Jair Lynch to freeze the renewal process because of all these red flags. And they actually fixed a couple of them, but there's still certain edits that should be done, which is why they're so critical that the Barcroft tenants should have a space in this. And for example, in PC planning meetings, I'm not saying that they should be at the meetings all the time in general for Arlington, but at the meetings that involve Barcroft, because these were public funds that were used to make sure that they're living in this community, to make sure that they are not displaced, because they're the ones that are going to be looking out for their best interest. And also on page 40 of the lease, on amplifying what Anne had said earlier on the AMI, it's still a little bit unclear. I think that's very important. And also the relocation plan. If the Barcroft tenants can actually look at that and have a say on that, because that's very important, because that could be a loophole where a lot of tenants will not be able to go return back. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's our final speaker.
That concludes our consent agenda speakers. Okay, with that, will you please call our first consent agenda item, Ms. Jacobs? Thank you to all our speakers.
Item number 18 is a use permit for a child care center for up to 150 children with a modification of required parking located at 3804 Wilson Boulevard.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, over to you for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With us this evening is Cedric Sutherland and joined by Jane Kim. So over to you, Mr. Sutherland.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Good evening, Board. My name is Cedric Sutherland from the Planning Division. With me, as the County Manager stated, I have Jane Kim from DES Development Services Bureau, as well as Mr. Aaron Schreiber, current Planning Manager. And we do have Mr. Anthony Fusarelli, Planning Director as well. Thank you for the introduction. This is a use permit for a child care center for up to 150 children with a parking modification. All right. The site is located at 3804 Wilson Boulevard and is bordered by Wilson Boulevard to the north, North Oakland Street to the east, and 7th Street north to the south. Vehicular access to the site is via a public alley from North Oakland Street. Approximately 20,000 square foot site is Zone C2 with a GLEP designation of low medium residential as well as public. The site is comprised of a one-story commercial building developed in 1961 and is currently operated as a Staples office supply store. The applicant is proposing a child care center for up to 150 children operating from 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. The applicant is also asking for a parking modification from required 15 spaces to 10 parking spaces. The following slides, we'll go over staff's overview and assessment of the proposal. To support the child care center, the applicant will convert a portion of the existing parking lot into a playground, which will be bordered by a 6-foot-high fence. Additionally, they will resurface and restripe the parking lot, as well as provide the 5-foot landscape buffer between the portion of the parking lot and the alley. Here are some visuals of the surrounding site with viewpoints from North Oakland Street towards the alley looking towards 7th Street North, and from the alley towards North Oakland Street. The applicant proposes employees, parents, and visitors access the site via the public alley from North Oakland Street and exit the site to the south via the public alley towards 7th Street North. The existing parking lot is non-conforming in terms of parking dimensions and required drive aisle width. The applicant wishes to install larger parking stalls to allow parents more space to get kids in and out of cars. The restriping of the parking lots require that they come into conformance with the zoning ordinance, which requires stall depths of 18 feet and a drive aisle of 23 feet. Due to the configuration of the lot, they can only provide 10 of the 15 required legal spaces while conforming to the dimension and drive-out requirements of the zoning ordinance. In addition to the 10 spaces, the applicant is providing an additional 7 off-street parking spaces that will meet the width, but not the stall depth dimensions of the parking requirements. But they will meet the parking requirements for compact parking spaces. However, these spaces do not count towards the required parking, but provides additional opportunities for visitors to park on site. Staff believes the inclusion and the use of these spaces will not operationally affect the use of the parking area in a negative manner. Additionally, the site is within 800 feet of Metro Rail. The frontage along Wilson Boulevard is served by bus transit. In addition, the standard condition for child care centers, the applicant has agreed to CDM and the parking management plan, which I'll discuss later. Further, the neighborhood streets surrounding the site are part of the residential parking permit program. And again, in addition to those, the standard conditions, the applicants agreed to the parking management program and the transportation demand management program, which requires the applicant to inform employees and parents about nearby transit options and a preferred circulation through the neighborhood and access to the site. During the review, staff has received a joint letter from the Ashton Heights and the Boston Virginia Square Civic Association, in addition to a letter from nearby residents expressing concerns regarding traffic, parking, and noise. Staff believes the proposed conditions will mitigate impacts of the use on the neighborhood. Therefore, Staff recommends the county board approve the subject use permit for the child care center for up to 150 children and associated parking modification subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report with the county board review in 1 year. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland. Do we have any commissions to speak on this one?
No, but we do have an applicant presentation.
All right, wonderful. We do have an applicant to speak on it. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. Give me a moment while the slides come out. Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Lauren Riley with Walsh Colucci, and we represent the applicant, Tierra Encantada. Tonight, joining me is Melissa Swanson with Tierra Encantada and Jay Kermley with Grove Slade. We have other design members, team members online as well. And our team is honored to be before you tonight to bring this new and unique daycare to Arlington County that will add 150 slots to the county's daycare capacity, and it will bring a new daycare to a walkable, transit-oriented neighborhood in Arlington. And I'd like to first hand it off to Ms. Swanson for a moment to tell you a little bit about Tierra Encantada Daycare.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Melissa Swanson. Transparently speaking, public speaking is not part of my day-to-day role, so I am a little nervous. However, I am excited to introduce Tierra Encantada. Tierra Encantada translates to enchanted land. We are a premier Spanish immersion program where we provide care for students 6 weeks through 6 years old. Our mission here at Tierra Encantada is not only to immerse our students in the Spanish culture, but it is also to promote and foster an inclusive environment, diversity, multiculturalism, and community. I believe that what sets us apart from other preschools and daycares, we have two really phenomenal features about our program. We provide wholesome organic meals that are prepared daily at our centers. In doing so, we introduce our students to a variety of different foods, as well as multicultural dishes. In doing so, we also ensure that they receive well-balanced, nutritious meals throughout the day. Our infant program also utilizes we actually don't utilize disposable diapers. We utilize cloth diapers, which is our contribution to being environmentally friendly and conscious. As we all know, Spanish is the second most common language here in the US, and it is the fourth most common language in the world. And we believe, and studies also show, that when children are introduced to a second language, it actually promotes cognitive abilities and brain development. With that being said, I do believe that we would be a great asset and contribution to the community, as well as a very strong resource for the families of Ashland Heights and Virginia Square. We are excited to make you our second home in Northern Virginia, as we already have a first location in Alexandria, and we are thriving, and our families and the community appreciate us, and we look forward to bringing this program to Virginia Square. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. And I want to highlight, too, that first location in Alexandria, the Tierra Encantada is no stranger to adaptive reuse projects, as that was an old office building that was rehabbed into daycare on the ground floor with residential high-rise above, and they actually won a NAIOP award for adaptive reuse for that project. And so they're fully equipped to handle this old Staples office building here on Wilson Boulevard. Mr. Sutherland gave a great overview of the site, its commercial zoning, location within the county, but I did want to highlight just a couple of things, mainly the site's proximity to public transit. We're just 3 blocks away from the Virginia Square GMU Metro station, and we're proximate to 3 ART bus routes that provide access to the daycare from various parts of Arlington County. The site is also designated as blue on the county's retail plan, which does permit retail and retail equivalent uses like daycares in order to activate that frontage along Wilson Boulevard. Additionally, and kind of surprisingly, this building is designated as notable in the historic resources inventory. That designation on the HRI actually encourages owners to adaptively reuse their existing buildings and take advantage of zoning tools like use permits in order to prolong the life of the existing building. And here's some additional photos of the site as it exists today. I did want to point out this top photo on the left is an image from Wilson Boulevard looking north. That Tier and Cantata will be retaining these entrances along Wilson Boulevard to provide access for staff, parents, or guardians who would like to access the daycare from that frontage. On the bottom left, you can see what the back of the existing building looks like today and what that parking lot looks like. Where this silver car is here, this area is going to be transformed with that outdoor play space for the children. And the rest of the space back there will be provided as parking. As Mr. Sutherland mentioned, we will be restriping that lot to provide some more space for maneuverability for parents and guardians during pickup and drop off. And here's a site layout with the proposed uses. The indoor daycare will have about 9,000 square feet. It'll have about 9 classrooms, indoor play area, a kitchen to make those organic meals that Ms. Swanson mentioned, as well as other space for administrative functions. There'll also be direct access to the playground from the interior building. The playground will provide plenty of space for a daycare of this capacity. There'll be 2,300 square feet of space for the children to play in. There'll also be age-appropriate play structures located in that playground. And then in terms of parking and circulation, as Mr. Sutherland mentioned, parents are anticipated to enter from North Oakland Street, park in the parking lot with 17 spaces while they load or unload, and then exit south on that public alley toward 7th Street. In summary, this application will deliver 150 new daycare slots to Arlington County's capacity, and it will meet county goals like the Child Care Initiative, the Historic Resources Inventory Policy, as well as the retail plan. We do appreciate the community's concerns that we've heard so far. We've met with the Ashton Heights Civic Association and the Boston Virginia Square Civic Association this spring, and as we received a letter, and you've heard some of their comments here today. We're happy to go over those comments with you in more detail, but we believe we've addressed all of those concerns as noted in staff's report through our parking management plan, transportation demand management plan, and the proposed traffic and circulation on the site. And so we appreciate staff's work on this application, and we'd appreciate your favorable consideration tonight. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Riley and Ms. Swanston. We appreciate it greatly. The discussion is now with the county board. Colleague, before there is a motion that'll be entertained, are there any clarifying questions that any of you have? Mr. Karantonis?
I don't have any clarifying question. I mean, I have questions on, not really clarifying, but on the management of the traffic in and out of this parking lot. So there is a traffic management program or plan there. So can anybody, maybe staff or the applicant, elaborate how exactly so the cars will be coming in and going out? Because there is not so much space for maneuvering there.
I believe the applicant can speak more to how they plan to get kids in and out, transfer from parents to staff and vice versa. But as stated in the report and then the slides, the parents will access the site off of North Oakland Street via the alley. They'll pull into a parking space, drop off their kids, and also pull out and exit back towards the alley, to the south towards 7th Street North. And this is staff's preferred method of ingress and egress. What we would like to do is avoid conflicts at the corner of the alley in North Oakland Street as parents try to enter and exit. As staff observed, the Staples site over afternoon, a couple hours over the afternoon. As it's currently situated, patrons can exit the site back out to the alley on North Oakland Street, and sometimes the cars are trying to enter that driveway. There are conflicts, and people have to wait until the person leaving the alley has a clear path to exit, and then then the other car on North Oakland Street can make their maneuver. So we believe this is the preferred method to avoid those conflicts, to make sure that traffic is not backing up on North Oakland Street and within the alley. Is also to get cars and vehicles out of the site efficiently.
Okay, but I mean, I understand that we don't want to have people bunching up in on what's that, 7th Street, right? So the alley, but they eventually go into the parking lot, so they have to turn around and exit, or park in and then park out, and then reverse and exit. Will somebody be there to manage traffic and the drop off and pick up times?
Why don't we move that to the applicant?
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. Yes, there will be someone on site at Tierra Encantada handling pickup and drop off during the peak times in the morning and the afternoon to ensure that things are moving smoothly, cars are coming in and out. And just to elaborate on Mr. Sutherland's summary of circulation on the site, we do recognize this is somewhat of an oddly shaped site, but the applicant teams carefully looked at this to ensure that the proposed circulation plan will move parents and guardians smoothly in the morning and the evening by having this one-way traffic pattern. So you're not causing any bottlenecks coming out toward Oakland. Instead, we're moving all of this traffic one way so parents can park head in or back into the spaces, pull out and make a right turn down to the alley. And we believe they have plenty of maneuvering space, plenty of space in the parking lot to park and come in and out during pickup and drop off.
And Mr. Antonis, if I can maybe assist, if this is where you're going, to Mr. Sutherland, we've looked at the dimensions and seen that a car can reasonably be expected to make that turn in order to be able to follow the circulation pattern?
I absolutely, yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I'd also just like to follow up that we've analyzed car turning movements as well. Grove Slade has done some analysis to ensure that large cars like your Toyota Avalon and your Ford Expedition can make it in and out of this parking lot without an issue.
All right, thank you.
It's also, I mean, I've seen other places where parking is constrained, and if you have somebody there and you try to work with the parents so that they know a little bit what to be expected there, and they adapt accordingly, this can work.
Okay, I see that on our hybrid meeting model, Mr. Daines has a virtual hand raised. The discussion is now with the board, sir, and so at this point, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to entertain any questions from you. But next, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see if I heard correctly. Ms. Nelson, I think you said you live on Nelson Street, correct? Okay. I don't know if staff can answer this question. The residential permit parking, that's a street over. I use this Staples, I'm sad to confess, like once a month at least. And so I'm pretty familiar with it, but would Nelson Street be eligible for the residential permit parking program if it met the thresholds?
Hi, Jane Kim with DS. Yes, if they meet the threshold, they can apply with the county through the process to get the signage up.
Great, thanks. That's helpful. It is a street over. I think most people are going to just drop off and then pick up. And well aware of the timing of the Staples' current hours. It's the morning that I think would be the most of concern, but I think that kind of addresses that question. I have a couple other questions, but I can hold and do another round.
Well, I think at this point, why don't we get a motion on the table? I think Ms. Garvey's prepared to make one, and then we can continue the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be pleased to move the county manager's recommendation, which is to approve the subject use permit for a child care center, Tierra Encantada, for up to 150 people, and the associated parking modifications subject to proposed conditions of the staff report dated July 12th, with a county board review in 1 year. That'll be in July 2024.
Second.
All right, that's been moved by Ms. Garvey, and Mr. DeFerranti was first with the second. and we can continue
I
with
can
the
speak
discussion.
just a
Ms.
little bit to
Darby?
the motion. Yeah,
Yes.
no, thank you. I think the adaptive reuse is great. I understand people's concerns about parking and noise, traffic and noise. We hear a lot of concerns about traffic. I think the traffic management, and obviously there's a lot of experience. This is not a group that's new. You've got 12 around the country. You've got one in Alexandria, which is similar to here. So I'm pretty confident. We often hear these concerns, and generally they don't end up being a problem once they've been through the staff vetting and everything's been kind of worked out. On the noise, I understand the concerns about noise too. I think that will probably be fine. We have a lot of childcare centers around the county, and I don't think yet we've had complaints about noise, or at least not that I remember. We do get complaints about bars and nightclubs about noise, but we don't get it about childcare. So I'm pretty comfortable that this is going to be a good addition to the neighborhood, and once it's there, I think everything should be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. The broader need for childcare is strong. I think it was pronunciation is Mr. Dean's concern about noise. You also noted that, I think your own kids are not always quiet. No kids are quiet. So I guess they're just sort of a couple of thoughts. And maybe this is more just to, given just to appeal to the applicant and see if we can work this out. I don't know, for example, there is when it rains heavy, there's a section where there's a huge, just as you enter the site from the alley, there's a space where can be some sitting water. And so I think it would be smart to work, and I don't know whether that would be county property, but a little bit of covering of that small pothole would be really smart when you get everyone in there. I would also say that I don't know whether this is covered by transportation demand management, but something to show the circulation goes in one way and then out the other so people don't come back out towards Oakland Street. And then lastly, with respect to the sound fence, I don't know the costs. I guess the spirit of how you've described your business would lead me to be hopeful that you'll be good neighbors. It certainly appears that you want to be. And so if it becomes a challenge. So those three thoughts overall, bilingual students and kids for the next generation will be a huge resource and asset, and we need childcare, so I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support the motion as well. After all, we'll have a year to figure out how this works and how well or not this works in the practicalities of that. I think this is a very good addition, very nice addition. I would be very interested to see how many parents will choose not to drive their kids to the childcare, but actually use Metro or other, models that are very, well available close by. I would anticipate that there will be you will need some time to get the perfect ballet of in and out drop-offs and pickups figured out. I'm encouraged. I'm heartened by the fact that the applicant plans to actually put somebody out to manage this traffic. We know from other places, I have a few in my own neighborhood, that this is effective. This works. And that people in general want to comply, and they are relatively, they are compliant with instructions that make the life of everybody easier. On the noise, kids are noisy. But this is not so. For those of us who are close to childcare facilities, I can tell you that it's really not so bad. It's actually a nice thing at the end. They are not nearly as noisy as you expect them to be, and I very much hope that it will be very bearable and very a nice neighborly relationship coming out of that. Thank you, and again, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. And I'll say, just in brief, I'm supportive of the motion and associate myself with the comments and observations of my colleagues. I'll say principally, we've got to remember that the use of this site is not existing against the vacuum of the site not being used. It was an operating retail establishment, Staples, that at its high water mark for operations. Can't believe we never ran into each other, Matt. I visit that Staples a lot as well.
I've been there too.
Yeah. But it operated for, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and with a couple of hours shortened on Sundays. So the intensity of use in terms of when people would be accessing it and the frequency and the time is going to be much different, and I think much more harmonious with community, with residential living, with the childcare use. And Ms. Nelson, I appreciate your concerns about the decibel level of, doors and operation. I will say that there's actually going to be some synergy of desire among the users of this facility. I have to say that, someone who's utilized childcare facilities not too long ago for my children, the object of parents is to get in and out quickly, not create a whole lot of drama. So things like door slamming and a lot of noises at the drop-off, just not going to happen, because parents want to be able to get them in, hand them off to Tierra and Cantata, who's going to be waiting willfully to escort them into the building, and get out of there very smoothly. So I think that's going to be low stress on the neighborhood. And I will say that over the years, Mr. Sutherland and his team have gotten really, really good at looking at site-specific conditions and developing, use permit-specific recommendations to deal with any challenges. So I do think that they have earned a great deal of trust. But as I believe Mr. Carantonis noted, if for whatever reason we've gotten something off a little bit, we will review this again in a year to be able to examine the real-world impacts, because at this point, a lot of what people are concerned could happen has yet to materialize, and if it does, we can then talk about it later on. But until then, I also associate myself with the whole idea that adding innovative, interesting childcare opportunities that serve families who are looking for infant care, who may be looking for language immersion, who are looking for something different than what is currently being offered in our community, is a huge, huge, huge value added. And so I am pleased to cast a vote to welcome you to Arlington. Call up Alexandria, make sure you're operating well over there. I'm kidding. I've heard good things. It's all good. So we look forward to having you in our community. Any other comments? We'll move to a vote on the use permit. Motion by Ms. Garvey. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you. Congratulations. And while we have a little bit of a set change, we'll prepare for the next item. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call it?
Item number 22 is a use permit with modifications related to the Barcroft Apartments located at 4301 16th Street South.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have with us this evening in person, we have Olivia Sontag and Melissa Danowski, and we have backup virtually with Matt Matuzik and Lauren Farris from CPHD and Mark McCauley from AED. So I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Sontag, or yes?
Yes,
Good.
thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Olivia Sontag, a planner with the Arlington County Planning Division. This is a neighborhoods form-based code use permit for renovations to Barcroft Section 3, located at 4301 16th Street South. Other staff available this evening include Mark McCauley from Economic Development, Lauren Ferris from Historic Preservation, and Melissa Danowski from Housing, who is going to start us off with a brief background on Barcroft.
Thank you, Olivia. So as she mentioned, my name is Melissa Danowski, and I'm the County Project Coordinator for Barcroft, and I will be providing a brief refresher on the background of the acquisition and some other general updates before turning it back over to Olivia Sontag, who is leading the use permit aspect of this project. Back in December 2021, Jared Lynch purchased Barcroft Apartments with the assistance of a $150 million loan from the county and $160 million loan from Amazon. The units were restricted up to 60% AMI for 99 years, which is the longest affordability term in the county's portfolio to date. And since the time of acquisition, the Jared Lynch team had worked on their master financing and development plan, which was submitted to the county on October 29th, 2022. And the Master Financing and Development Plan, or MFDP for short, is a high-level overview of some of their proposed planning, land use, and affordability concepts. Next. So county staff is now in the process of reviewing the MFDP and long-term planning concepts that will go through a public engagement process and ultimately county board consideration, which is anticipated for late 2023 or early 2024. And as county staff and Jared Lynch continue to work on long-term planning for the site, Jared Lynch has agreed to move forward with advancing an initial renovation project of 93 homes at Barcroft Apartments. For the initial renovation project, Jared Lynch is proposing buildings that are part of the existing Neighborhoods Form-Based Code conservation area and are not envisioned by either the county or Jared Lynch for redevelopment, regardless of the ultimate plans for the overall property. I also want to take a moment to discuss affordability. The county and Jared Lynch team are committed to no displacement of legacy residents, which are residents who lived at the property prior to the December 2021 acquisition by Jared Lynch. No legacy residents will be displaced as a result of this renovation. And along those lines, county staff and Jared Lynch are exploring ways to provide deeper affordability at Barcroft, including units restricted at various income levels below 60% AMI, and continuing to encourage housing grants and housing choice vouchers referrals for eligible residents. And we're targeting fall public meetings to discuss further details and recommendations related to deepening affordability at the site. Next. So in terms of the resident notification and tenant on-site relocation process, Jared Lynch does remain committed to a resident-first approach. All details about the relocation plan and the renovation's impact on existing residents will be communicated to them, often in a variety of ways. An in-person meeting was held on April 24th to inform the impacted residents and answer questions. Translation was provided. And per the county's relocation guidelines, the Jared Lynch team will be required to complete a tenant relocation plan before any planned renovation work, which will be reviewed by the county's Tenant Landlord Commission. And residents may need to be temporarily accommodated on the property while the work to renovate and upgrade their home is completed. And on-site relocation services will be provided by Jared Lynch at no cost to the residents. In all cases, the Gates Hudson property management team and Jared Lynch team will ensure information is shared with residents to give them time to fully prepare for any disruption, including a 120-day notice. And they will provide one-on-one attention to address specific resident requests and concerns. Thanks, and I'll now turn it back over to Olivia Sontag to go over the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Melissa. So this particular...
Can you speak a little bit slower for interpretation?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. That was certainly fine. In the future, can you just address that question to our clerk so we can handle it that way instead of disrupting that way? Appreciate it. Please continue.
All right, so this particular Neighborhoods Form-Based Code use permit focuses on a portion of Section 3 of the Barcroft apartment complex. Specifically, it focuses on buildings number 22 through 26 located within Section 3 with modifications pursuant to the Columbia Pikes Neighborhoods Form-Based Code for modifications to setback and parking requirements associated with those existing buildings to remain. So to first orient you to the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code boundaries, this shows the distinction between the designated commercial centers and the neighborhoods area, which the subject site is within, shown in red. The majority of Barcroft is within the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, but there is a portion of the site that's also within the commercial code on this more northern corner underneath the text where it says Columbia Pike. So again, the project site is highlighted here in red on the screen. It's within the designated conservation area shown in this larger kind of light green area where buildings are intended to be preserved. The site also includes a preserved natural area, which is to be preserved in an undeveloped state. It's shown in kind of a light outline here that runs through the center of the property. So a quick overview of the existing zoning for the site, which is RA 1426, a multiple family dwelling district. Again, its designation in the GLUP is low-medium residential, and within the Columbia Pike Neighborhood Special Revitalization District, noted by Note 24, and then some imagery of the subject property. So the applicant has prepared a presentation to detail the proposed changes to the site. But to provide a brief overview, they are proposing additions to 3 of the existing buildings. The unit count remains at 93 units, but there are 18 two-bedroom units which are being converted. 14 units will become 3-bedroom units, and 4 units will become 4-bedroom units, which are considered family-size units. There are also building renovations occurring to the exterior as part of this form-based code use permit, and then some other interior renovations, which the applicant will speak to. They're also doing some landscape and stormwater improvements, planting new trees throughout the site. And they are targeting a National Green Building Standard silver level certification for all of these buildings. And then the 93 CAFs that will average up to 60% AMI. So some of the applicable neighborhoods form-based code sections that were used to review this particular use permit were, again, the conservation area boundaries, which are intended to have these buildings preserved, and as well as those standards, which are reviewed by our Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, as well as our Design Review Committee. There are also green building standards for this particular site, which again, the applicant's proposing to target the National Green Building Standard silver level certification. The preserved natural area, which on screen is highlighted in this kind of generally in this blue area of trees. And then some allowable modifications within the neighborhood's form-based code, which include those modifications for parking, which they're proposing to preserve all existing parking spaces on site as is, and then some modifications to setbacks for those existing buildings to remain. Some additional considerations as part of this use permit review include the ongoing South George Mason Drive study, future community engagement, which is planned to commence this fall, the master financing and development plan, which is underway, and then just general site-wide and streetscape improvements, which will occur in a future process once the MFDP has provided guidance for those. So the use permit engagement process included several meetings with the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, the Design Review Committee, the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, and then recently the Planning Commission, which recommended approval 8-0, and the Housing Commission, which recommended approval 10-0. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the subject use permit with the modifications to parking and to setbacks. And that concludes the staff's presentation. And I believe the applicant has also prepared a presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Riley. It's like you never left.
Hello again. Is there anything else we would like to? Good evening. For the record again, my name is Lauren Riley. I'm with Walsh Colucci, and we represent the applicant, Gyre Lynch Real Estate Partners. And tonight with me is David Hildy with Gyre Lynch. We also have members from VICA and our design team joining us online as well. And Ms. Stanowski, I thought, gave a great overview of how Gyre Lynch came to this site through its acquisition and where we are today in terms of drafting that master finance and development plan for the overall redevelopment of the Barcroft site. But in the meantime, Gyre Lynch is really eager to get started on renovating some of these existing apartment units and upgrading those apartments for their residents. So we are really excited to kick off this first renovation phase of Barcroft with this use permit application, because it will bring some more family-sized units to the area, as well as necessary site improvements and improvements to the building. Ms. Sontag also gave a good overview as to where we are in the neighborhood's form-based code and the conservation area, but I did want to touch on the historic nature of Barcroft for a moment. This garden apartment complex is considered historically significant because those 59 existing buildings were all constructed in the 1940s and 50s, both during and after World War II, in order to relieve housing shortages in the region. They are good examples of mid-20th century garden apartment style that's designed in a more modified colonial revival style. And development on the whole site has occurred in two phases, with the first phase coming in the 1940s and the second phase coming in the 1950s. The first phase has more notable features like brick walls, slate roofs, more ornamented entry surrounds, while the second phase that came a little bit later is more modified garden apartment style with asphalt roofs, reduced landscape courtyards, and more parking area. And because of the historic nature of these Barcroft apartments, they have been designated within the conservation area of the form-based code. And the conservation area does allow for renovations, it allows for building additions, it allows for landscaping and site improvements, all with a form-based code use permit. And it also requires compliance with the conservation area standards, which are modeled after the U.S. Secretary for the Interior standards. Apologize. Thank you. I will try to speak a little bit slower for interpretation. My apologies. Let's see. I think I was leaving off with the form-based code use permit for these improvements must comply with the conservation area standards of the form-based code, and those are modeled off of the U.S. Secretary Interior standards for rehabilitation. With the proposed application, Gyre Lynch proposes to renovate the interior and exterior of the existing buildings, as well as some site improvements. We will be constructing additions to the rears of buildings 24, 25, and 26 to provide more family-sized units in this area, as was encouraged by county staff. Today, as Ms. Sontag mentioned, there are 93 units in the 5 buildings, but they're all 1- and 2-bedroom units. And so this application will allow for the creation of more 3- and 4-bedroom units to serve families in this area. I'd also like to highlight a couple of the interior renovations that Gyre Lynch is proposing. They will be completely refreshing the inside of these units with new cabinets, new flooring, new appliances, etc. They'll also be replacing some of those old 1940s, 50s era boiler systems and cooling systems with more modern heating and air that will allow residents to control temperature from their own unit. Probably what folks are most excited about right now is the in-unit washer dryer that will be installed in the units as well. In addition to those, in terms of energy efficiency, we'll be upgrading all of the appliances and the plumbing to be more energy efficient, to reduce water consumption on the site. All of these improvements taken together will allow us to achieve the National Green Building certification of silver. And then lastly, in terms of the landscaping and site improvements, we will be adding a courtyard there to the back of building 22. You can see what that will look like here. It'll consist of an elevated deck structure to protect those tree roots underneath the deck. There'll be plenty of opportunities for seating, grilling, gathering space for the residents. We'll also be planting some additional trees in this area, and throughout the rest of Section 3 to mitigate the loss for some trees due to invasive species, trees that are dying, or trees that are conflicting with the proposed improvements. And as Ms. Sontag mentioned, we are proposing building additions to the backs of buildings 24, 25, and 26. And here you can see an example of what that 4-bedroom addition will look like. It's compatible in terms of color, window patterns with the existing buildings. And then here's some more detailed elevations of those building additions. The architecture that you see here has been reviewed and discussed with the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board and the Design Review Committee through several meetings that the applicant has had with both of the groups over the past couple of months. Both the HALRB and the DRC approved the proposed additions as they are compatible with the existing historic buildings. In terms of the exterior building renovations, the applicant will be doing things like cleaning and repairing existing brick, as well as repairing existing slate roofs. We'll be replacing light fixtures with new fixtures to resemble the same. And then, as I mentioned, we'll also be replacing some of those older heating and air systems, and so they'll need to patch some of these existing openings with salvaged brick from the rear. And then the applicant will be requesting modifications of those conservation area standards in the form-based code, first to allow for some rear opening, for some wall openings on the rear of the building to accommodate ventilation for those new that I just mentioned. They'll also be requesting a modification for the basement window replacements, as all windows on these buildings, except for the basement windows, have already been replaced with vinyl. So requesting a modification to do the same here. And then lastly, because this will be an affordable housing project financed partially through Virginia Housing Tax Credit financing, the applicant must follow the Virginia Housing Minimum Design and Construction Standards. And those require applying aluminum or vinyl to all wood trim. And they also require the installation of canopies at the entrances. So we acknowledge that this is not historic, those items are not historically appropriate for these buildings, and Giant Lynch will be requesting a waiver from Virginia Housing of those requirements. However, we have included them in this application because we will not know the outcome of that waiver until a few months from now. And here you can see what that vinyl trim and those canopies might look like. These items have also been reviewed by both HALRB and the DRC. All right. So to summarize our applications, we've submitted that form-based code use permit request to allow the building additions, the exterior building renovations, as well as the site improvements, landscape improvements. We are requesting, as Ms. Sontag noted, a modification for the existing parking and building setbacks to remain as they are today, and we are requesting modification of those conservation area standards that I just mentioned. So thank you. That concludes our presentation for tonight. Thank you for your time, and our team is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Colleagues, the discussion is now with the county board. In order to assist our residents who are relying on interpretation this evening, I'll ask that you adjust your cadence a bit to allow the interpreters to capture our remarks. With that, Mr. DeFerranti, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have a couple of questions, but I think maybe the place to start is to see if there's a way to try to clarify the intent that Ms. Vorderberge and others have asked about with respect to the 30% and the sort of the income affordability of these units. And I think that it's in condition 39, which I think actually another of the speakers referenced. And it looks to me as though the intent there is to accomplish the goal of being 30% and below based on the occupancy for each of the bedrooms. So is that Does that sound like I've stated the broad intent of what we ended up drafting correctly?
Thank you for that question and opportunity to clarify this. First, I want to mention that the 93 affordable units will have an affordability that averages up to 60% AMI. Now, there's another part of that condition language that gets a little more technical, and it states that the rent for that particular unit at the designated income level for that particular unit will not exceed 30%. The rent will not exceed 30% of that designated income level. So for example, if the unit was designated affordable up to 50% AMI, that means that the 50% AMI income level is about $68,000. So the rent cannot exceed 30% of $68,000, which is about $20,000 a year or about $1,700 a month. So there's kind of two separate things going on. One is that the units will average up to 60% AMI, and two, the rent cannot be more than 30% of that designated AMI income level for that particular unit.
Thank you. I didn't actually understand it before you explained it in that way. So it's not, there's not a overall guarantee that they would be affordable for 30%, but it is that the way that math works out is it does add to the affordability, bringing it down below 60%, somewhat significantly.
If I could try and maybe, because if I'm not hearing you correctly, then we've got a broad problem. So I want to make sure I've got it correctly. These units could be, will taken together be affordable to people who earn 60% of the area median income and below. According to HUD standards, we have a further protection here that the rent that's charged to them can exceed no more than 30% of the income that makes them eligible for that unit. So in other words, of their dollars, no more than 30% of their income will go towards rent.
Yeah, and I apologize for this confusion. I think maybe a better way to explain it is that the units as a whole will have rents that average up to 60% AMI. So some units, and we're exploring deepening affordability for this project. So some units will be may be affordable up to 30% AMI, 40% AMI, 50% AMI. So the rent for example, if the unit is designated affordable up to 50% AMI, then the rent for that unit will not be more than 30% of that designated 50% AMI income level.
Right.
So the 50% AMI income level for a two-bedroom unit is about $68,000. So the rent cannot be more than 30% of $68,000 in this instance.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate, Mr. Chair, you're helping try to clarify for me. And I suppose this is also part of a sort of a byproduct of trying to define specifically what the overall effort to get to lower affordability levels is. I appreciate that background. I had not quite had it correct in my mind. So beyond that, before leaving this, I really appreciate staff's work and support and the effort to, in September, try and continue to address this. I'm broadly supportive. I do think the responsible thing to do, the moral thing to do is fairly clear in my mind. The responsible thing to do is not to overpromise before we get to a sense of the full costs, even as I do tend to believe the assessment that, at least to what I know to this point, that bricks and mortar can help address the total cost as opposed to an ongoing subsidy. So I really appreciate the efforts towards affordability, and I'll yield. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, do you have any questions?
Yes, I would like to belabor that just a little bit more. So because the average is the critical term here. So we intend, or the applicant intends, to make the 93 units in average affordable for 60% AMI. The only reason why we add this 30% off and the clause that says that no rent will be more than 30% of the designated affordability level is because, this is a hint to the process of dedicating the units. So do I understand it, and this is a question for Mr. Nowski, do I understand it correctly that after the renovation, there will be a designation of different AMI levels to different units?
Yes, that is correct, but we actually hope to talk about more specificity as to the exact affordability in the fall, prior to when renovations would occur.
Okay.
Yes.
So we put a holding pattern there. I understand why you add the 30% because this is a technical thing. You don't want to have an average rent and then some tenants paying a oversized rent for this towards this average because they are lower income. Thank you for that. Can I ask you something? Do we know right now what the AMI mix of the current tenants in these buildings is? Maybe the applicant can answer that.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Karantonis. Yes, we do. We completed a self-reported income survey soon after we bought the property, and do have from a self-reported level what income levels are of our residents who responded to that, and we ended up having a great response rate. I think about 95% of the residents did participate. So we feel like we have heard a lot from the residents and especially on that topic.
Thank you. So how is this going to work? At some point, there will be a moment of departure for the project, and you will relocate the current tenants into other units inside the campus, correct? Or so units available inside the Barcroft?
You're getting a nod, yes.
Great. So what happens when the renovation is done? Are these tenants going to be offered an option to return to their original apartments?
Yeah, so we will be, we are working through those details. We are currently going through individual assessments with each of the residents who live in the first renovation phase. And then we are drafting our tenant relocation plan, which we will review with staff, and then also have conversations with the residents and the Tenant and Landlord Commission. So those details are being worked out through that process. So we will definitely be getting into more detail on that as we further along.
But just to put a fine point on this to make sure we are being as transparent and clear as possible. When we speak about no displacement, we are not talking about no displacement from a unit you may presently occupy. It's being protected from displacement from Barcroft. These renovations are going to create different sized units than what currently may be appropriate for families who are living here. So they may not necessarily either A, be eligible for, or B, want to return to these units. So I want to be very clear, the no displacement is to not be displaced from Barcroft. It does not create an entitlement to a particular unit in perpetuity. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to follow up on that, and you did that very well. Just to continue with the displacement issue that people are concerned about. So resident Wisnowski, I think I heard you say, is considered someone who lived at Barcroft prior to December 2021. Is that correct? Those are the people who are for sure not going to be displaced. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's who we refer to as legacy residents.
Thank you very much. And how do they have to have had a lease? Because I think there were issues with leases. Do you know how you determine that they were actually, there's probably some way of determining that they were actually there prior to December 2021? I don't know.
Yes, I believe they have that information, but I'll defer this to the applicant.
Yeah.
Yes, so at the time of our purchase, we brought in a new property management team who started working on converting residents to actual leases, so we have pretty good records of who was there.
Okay,
at that
thank you.
time.
So that's the definition. If somebody wants to know, do I qualify as a legacy, they have to have been there before December 2021, and they need to be part of your survey that you caught them, you found them, and they were registered that way. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I would say if they didn't participate in the survey, they still have the right to, they still are classified as a legacy resident. There was no criteria for that. If they lived at the property, we know they live there.
That's it.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
Thank you. I think that's helpful because it seems to me that was one of the other concerns that people had, and I hope I'm not speaking too quickly. Thank you. Don't see any concerns on that. Thanks.
Thank you. At this point, Mr. DiFranti, are you prepared to make a motion? If you need more time, I will give you time by asking a question. You got it. So if I could ask a question about just the scenario, how did you go about determining, this is for the applicant, what would be the appropriate places to bump out to create the larger size units? Is it architectural? Is it building conditions and engineering? What were some of the consideration points for how you chose the particular path you chose?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our design team looked at these existing 5 buildings and the topography to determine the best locations for these building additions, and at the direction of county staff, we're encouraged to create as many of these family-sized units as possible. Though if you've been out to this site, you'll note it's quite hilly. There's steep topography up and down the site, so we were limited to the buildings that we're proposing to have these additions on. That's the main driver of which buildings are able to have additions. There are further considerations in that as well, like the layouts of those buildings, and can you fit an addition in between those 2 arms? Is there enough space to do that, and how do we work with that existing building layout to bring the building further out and create additional units? So we took a good look at all those factors, and that's what led to the proposed design.
Got it. Thank you very much. And if I could throw another one in, or are you ready?
Go ahead.
Oh, sure. So as it relates to financing these improvements, I mean, these are pretty substantial improvements, and as we've established, rents will still be constrained here. I suspect that it's not secured yet, but what's the sort of plan for financing at least these renovations?
The general approach in the MFDP is to utilize Virginia housing tax exempt bonds and tax credits. This will be these renovations will pursue 4% tax credits. So really the bonds and the tax credits, and then the gap financing from the county and Amazon, as well as deferred developer fee make up the capital and financing stack here.
And to follow up on that, you all have already filed your application for financing for these buildings, right?
We will be filing it next month.
Got it. So filing for the 4% next month, and it's my limited understanding of this world that conceptually speaking, it's 9% tax credit equity, which would be a key tool to figure out how to actually deepen affordability more broadly to like 30%, as has been discussed, and I know you've been engaged with. Is that fair to say?
Yes. And in the MFDP we submitted back in October, one of the discussions of the tools we would pursue is 9% tax credits. As part of that discussion in our planning, there's a scoring system, as you probably know, to get a competitive process with 9%, and the replacement buildings that have a score much higher for the 9%. So the renovations don't score as well. So that's why we're pursuing only 4%, the 4% tax credits on this renovation.
Thank you. Very helpful. Mr. DiFranti.
I'm ready with a motion. I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we approve the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, Article 11.2 of the zoning ordinance, Appendix B, for preservation, renovations, and additions to the Barcroft Apartments Buildings 22 to 26, located within Section 3 of the overall apartment complex, with modifications pursuant to the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code for setbacks and parking requirements associated with the existing buildings to remain subject to the conditions of the staff report.
Okay, moved and seconded by Ms. Garvey. Mr. DeFerranti, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's important to note, really appreciate the effort to provide family-sized units. You know that that's been a huge concern of the county board. The Housing Commission was particularly focused on it, and really appreciate that. So that's a big reason why I am happy to support this. I may have one more question before we wrap, but I think this is an important part, and it probably big picture cannot be said often enough. If there were no action by the county or Amazon or Jair Lynch, this would have become market rate units, which would not be affordable to anyone below 90%, at least, maybe 100, 110, 120% of very median income. So that's a good step. There are other things we must do, but I do think that big picture point is worth making again. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I had one question and then maybe a few concluding comments, if that sounds all right.
Please.
Madam Chair, thank you. The one question, I think it's for Jair Lynch, if you talk a little bit about how you involve the residents, because I know you do quite a bit, and some folks spoke about a residents group that they'd like to participate. I think there are a number of different groups I've picked up that apparently speak for residents there, so I know you're dealing with a variety of groups. Could you talk about how you handle that a little bit and what you might do for these folks?
Yes, Ms. Garvey. When we acquired the property, we initially set off immediately to get to know our residents, like the survey. Again, the new property management company put on lots of events. We had some summer events, we call them Summerfest, to engage residents and start to ask questions about what are the challenges on the site, what would they like to see come. Really focus the first the first year of a resident-first approach, getting to know our residents. We continue to do that in terms of programming of just events for residents. As was mentioned, when we initially, before we announced that we were going to move forward with this first renovation phase, we made sure to have a meeting with those affected residents first. Again, in line with our approach of always wanting to engage those affected before we engage more broadly. Went very well, and again, as I mentioned, we have a third-party relocation specialist we've engaged to, again, with this first group, conduct one-on-one assessments, understand their needs, understand what their desires are. We're in that process now, gathering that information. And then we will be, we're committed to continuing to stay, communication with our residents as we progress through this process, and as we get closer to some of the first renovations. It will be a long process, so we're trying to set up the rhythms and the tools to make sure that we can get the information out, because it's a big property. It's going to be a long process. We're trying to take it a step at a time and make sure that the residents are engaged and taken first.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the efforts that you've made from the beginning. I mean, I've been pretty impressed. And I know it never seems to be enough to the people involved, and I hope that the folks here will reach out to you and continue to try to have the communication. As someone who's been in one of these elected positions for a really long time, from my very first year, it's always been communication, and it's never right. There's always somebody who said you didn't talk to me. I mean, there's always issues, so it's something that you need to work on constantly. So I'm pleased. I'm sure you will be doing that, and I hope the residents who come who will also do that, because I think we've really come a long way, and I'm really pleased to see where we are now with this particular project. I think it's sort of you're sort of dipping your toe into trying to do this. This is a big place, and I appreciate the approach. I always love pilots or sort of small starts to try and kind of work out some things because it never goes quite the way you thought it would. And I think as you do that, you'll probably build up, I hope, trust with your residents. So I'm just really pleased to support this. Thank you for everything you've done. When I got on the board, I had 2 worries. One of them was Barcroft Apartments and what was going to happen. And I don't worry about it anymore. I mean, we do think about it. I focus on it at times, but it's not a big major worry because you guys, I think, are doing a great job. And it's continuing to be affordable, which is huge for us. So, and for all the people who live there. Thank you so much. Thanks for your work.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, do you have any?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, this is a good start. This is a important moment in the story of Barcroft that started with the acquisition and is continuing today with actually producing the goods, improving the living conditions of people there at the same time that we guarantee that legacy residents don't suffer displacement from the Barcroft and eventually from Arlington. For me, the important part, I mean, I agree with Ms. Garvey on communication is very important, but I always have in mind that in the relationships we have with tenants, the most important thing is to understand that low-income tenants, moderate and low-income tenants, are really extremely vulnerable. So they literally don't have many options in a housing market like the one that we have in Arlington. Therefore, when we reach out, when the county, when Jair Lynch, when the people on site reach out, they have to account for these significant vulnerability and the subsequent, the logical stress that these families have because they want to have more than one guarantee that things will be okay, that we will take care of them, and that we will deliver on our promise. On the project itself, I think this is a big learning experiment here. We will see how these buildings will take the 4% tax credit renovations. I am sure that Jair Lynch will discover some things about, actually working in these buildings, putting the bump outs on them. I hope that everything will go very well. It is also I was very pleased to see the, higher environmental standards. I would like to know how these buildings will end up performing at the end and how these improvements will actually establish and maintain the affordability as we go further to do renovations and redevelopment in the rest of the Barcroft campus. I do believe that deep affordability is literally a very important goal. Ms. van der Brugge mentioned that already. I fully align with her sentiment, this 10% at the very least. But we should be conscientious of the fact that right now, the demographics of Barcroft may be a little bit more than 10% at the 30% AMI level. And these people don't have anywhere else to go. So it will take a lot of innovative thinking to accomplish long-term and stable deep affordability. Thank you again for bringing that. Thank you for working on this. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm ready to support the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I'll try and be brief. Just say first, from a land use perspective, this is really a great thing. I think it's been somewhat overlooked in this conversation. But to look at creating the family size units, 4-bedroom product, which is virtually unheard of, a net addition of 22 bedrooms across these units is really terrific, that they come with more in-unit as well as community amenities, along with being more environmentally sustainable, while being provided a greater level of rent protection than is required. These are all very good things. The parking modifications that are being requested to me are perfectly appropriate. You know, I think as my colleagues have identified, the biggest issue tonight is not the land use proposal before us. It's a clearly good thing. It's anxiety about the entirety of the project and the residents who are part of the community, which I hope you're hearing we all fully understand. I think the couple of takeaways that I take from this hearing and some of the feedback that we've gotten from Barcroft residents is, and I hope the applicant team hears this, in the spirit with which it's intended. Even if you have the best interest at heart, even if you think the goals are obvious to a resident community who has had experience being burned when trust was extended but not reciprocated with good actions, sometimes you need to go the extra mile to let people know that, yes, you hear them, you are mindful, and that you are not going to try and do something that is contrary to what you've said. But there's also a responsibility of residents of Barcroft to, as you go through this process, to recognize that the applicant doesn't actually have all the answers at this point. They have plans, they have ideas, they have things that they want to do, but in terms of being able to say, we are absolutely going to do this by this date, they can't actually tell you at this point because they don't have the financing fully in place. So once that all comes together, they'll be able to share more information. Their inability to share the complete story today, while I understand completely that that creates a sense of anxiety, we're gonna have to develop some degree of understanding that the process will reveal information as time goes along. That's why I'd like to really stand up one of the unique features of Jair Lynch's ownership of this project is that they meet with the tenants monthly. It's monthly, right? Monthly meetings of some sort?
I understand completely. Yeah, I mean, our property management is always available, dedicated staff to meet as much as needed.
Yeah, I know we get these monthly reports of meetings and engagements which have taken place, and that's virtually unheard of, which is, again, I don't want you to necessarily, give them applause, but to just understand that there is a structure in place by which as more information is learned, that they can share, there's a vehicle to share it, and we hope that there can be over time this development of real clear communication that comes from Jair Lynch and a degree of understanding and trust in the community as to how things proceed. We'll be watching, we'll be monitoring, but like Ms. Garvey said, it's really been working pretty well thus far. I will say on my own behalf, whenever residents have come with issues that they haven't necessarily taken to management because they were concerned about whether they would be dealt with and asked that the board bring it on their behalf, two things have happened. One, it was dealt with right away, and it was the very clear message from Jair Lynch, we really want to create a culture where people just tell us this directly so we can take care of it. So that's the goal I have as well, and I think we're well on our way. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Three succinct points that I think are related. We do get monthly reports. Finding ways to listen in addition to the events that you have been doing is, I think, a key point that the chair made. April was important, but I also, I'm mindful that you need to find the right fora to do that. I know that's a concern that several of residents have shared tonight. Second, my understanding, and I think it was in the presentation, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Danowski, but with respect to each phase, there would come up, we have the tenant relocation plans are required. It's just we haven't hit that stage yet with some of these plans. Is that correct?
Yes, a tenant relocation plan will be required for each phase, and I believe they're actively working on the tenant relocation plan for the initial renovation project as well.
Great, that's really helpful. I hope that's some assurance to you who have asked that there be a clear stage. I appreciate the chair's clarification. It's not necessarily the same unit, but I still think that that process, that the tenant relocation plan. And then last, thanks to staff and all who are working towards the master development plan, which I know is a lot of work, and I know the applicant has submitted, eager for that without wanting to rush it so that there's full community input, but eager for that. Thanks.
Thank you. We're now ready to vote on Mr. DeFerranti's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you all very much. We're now ready to move on to our regular agenda. Ms. Clerk, would you please call, Ms. Jacobs, will you please call item 62?
Item 62 is consideration of the Arlington Innovation Fund Catalyst Grant Program.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, joining us up front will be Ryan Toohill and Michael Stiefvater from Arlington Economic Development. We'll give them a chance to settle in.
Thanks to our residents for testifying and to our interpreters. We appreciate you.
Okay, we await.
You got a couple of rookies up here, so we got to get settled.
It's only been 12 seconds, but it seems like an hour, doesn't it? Right? It's the hazing ritual.
That's
okay.
Right. Are we ready to go, Mr. Chairman? All right.
We are.
Members of the board, thank you for inviting us tonight to provide an update on the development and launch of the Arlington Innovation Fund, otherwise known as AIF. First, on behalf of the department, thank you for the appropriation of $1 million in the fiscal year 24 budget for the AIF. Our team is really excited to use this money to accelerate the growth of local startups and support the expansion of the startup community through events and programming. Sitting with me tonight, as the manager said, is Michael Stiefvater, who's our acting Director of Business Investment at AED. And Michael, along with colleagues Adam Henry, Brandon Bedford, and many others, have been instrumental in building this program. So I want to thank them for their efforts. Tonight, we're asking the board, can you go to the second slide, Mike? We're asking the board to approve a performance agreement and process for the Catalyst Grant Program, which is a component of the AIF, and authorize the manager to sign performance agreements on behalf of the board once grants are awarded. So I'm going to provide just a little bit of brief context and then let Michael get into the details of the program. So during our budget work session earlier this year, we spoke about the unprecedented changes that are unfolding in Arlington and across the nation as it relates to office demand and the future economic growth. We really look at this at AED in two ways. Addressing the demand side of the problem, that is how we're capturing more tenants in a historically low demand environment, and the office supply side of the equation, which is reducing the oversupply of office buildings. So tonight we're going to focus more on the demand side of the equation, and we'll come back to you at a later date to talk about some strategies we're putting together on how to address the oversupply of office. Our economic growth strategy is kind of going through an evolution, and we're doing a lot of detailed planning and analysis at AED to develop an actionable long-range strategy to drive economic growth. We believe our intention needs to focus on things the county can influence versus macro forces that are really beyond our control. And so our while the details of our strategy are getting developed, we kind of have four key areas that we know we're going to focus on. In no particular order, that's supporting initiatives that will create talent pipelines that will develop and attract high-quality workers, identifying policies to improve our competitiveness and encourage economic growth, continue to support placemaking policies and programs that'll make our business districts attractive and vibrant, and finally, support the growth of companies in our target industry sectors. So there's several ways on that last item how we're growing our target industry sectors. First, the BIG team is doing some of the traditional blocking and tackling of economic development, where our dedicated staff are developing leads and generating relationships with companies to influence location decisions. That also relates to things like retaining our existing businesses through programs like Business Appreciation Month, which many of you participated in. Second, we're investing a lot of time and resources into supporting our local innovation ecosystem. We have dedicated staff focused on entrepreneurship. We have launched our successful tech talent program, which is helping to address our tech worker shortage. And thanks to your action, we now have a fund to support startups and strengthen our startup community. Finally, when it comes to regulatory flexibility, the Commercial Market Resiliency Program has been significantly helpful in updating our zoning regulations to allow more uses to take up space in office buildings. And the board took numerous actions over the past year to amend our zoning regulations. I just wanted to tell you tonight that we've now pivoted our staff, and they're beginning to identify companies that align with those new uses, and they're conducting outreach to those companies in the hopes of having them locate in Arlington. So that is our kind of multifaceted approach that we are taking to address tenant demand, attract tenants to Arlington, and support the growth of our companies. And now Michael will walk you through the details of the Innovation Fund.
Thank you, Ryan, for the introduction, and thank you, board members as well, for having us. Again, my name is Michael Stiefvater. I'm the Acting Director of the Business Investment Group within AED. Also just want to thank you all for allocating the $1 million fund, as Ryan mentioned, through the FY24 budget process. Our team is very grateful of that and very excited to launch this program here later this summer. Before I dive into the details of the program, just wanted to touch on why we decided to create this fund, as well as some of the goals for the Innovation Fund. First, in terms of why we created the Arlington Innovation Fund, we looked at just the competition we're facing from across the nation. Prior to the pandemic, we obviously all won the Amazon HQ2 deal, which put us on the radar as a top destination for tech companies and corporate headquarters around the country. Since then, post-pandemic, we're really seeing an increase in competition from regions around the country that we're going to be competing with for fewer prospects, as there's fewer folks looking for office space. So really, we're looking as, it's less likely for us to land these major deals in the coming years. So how do we really build from within? So the fund is really focused on supporting Arlington entrepreneurs, startup companies via grants. Second, we looked at really addressing weaknesses in the regional ecosystem. The two items that we specifically called out and that the fund addresses are a lack of early stage venture capital and early stage funding for startups, as well as just an overall limited number of startups in the region compared to some of our top competitors. So really we need to grow the base of startup companies here to hopefully have larger successes, which the third bullet point there covers, as we've seen some very notable homegrown startups that have become significant office tenants, including those mentioned there, and there's dozens of others that we couldn't fit on the slide, that have grown from very small homegrown businesses into substantial office users and employers as well. And lastly, given, of course, the county's limited financial resources and trying to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, we wanted to invest the money in the earlier stages of a company's formation where it can have the greatest impact to both the county as well as the company, and hopefully put these companies on the right path for success. In terms of the goals of the Innovation Fund, again, 4 items here. One is to provide funding access at a critical stage for very early stage companies. So it's non-dilutive capital, which means we're not taking an equity stake in the companies. And we're really also looking at a targeted focus on attracting applicants from underrepresented backgrounds. While there won't be any specific metrics around the money going towards those groups, we do have a goal of receiving 50% of applications from groups including veterans, women founders, and minority founders as well. Second is touching on the homegrown pipeline again. During this increased time of competition from business attraction of companies from outside the region, we really need to grow the number of viable Arlington-based startups here in the county. Third is, as Ryan mentioned, the second part of the fund is not direct grants to companies, but rather is focused on building the innovation ecosystem in Arlington and the region. So we're looking at collaborating with existing partners as well as attracting new partners that will create unique and net new programs that will support entrepreneurs as well as early stage startups. And lastly, while Arlington is widely considered one of the top tech destinations and startup destinations in the country, we think there's certainly room to grow that further. And we hope that this program, as well as other initiatives, will continue to make Arlington one of the best, if not the best place in the country to launch a startup company. Getting into the details of the program, the $1 million fund is allocated into two different components. The early stage Catalyst grant program is about 2/3 of the fund at $650,000. These would be direct grants to early stage entrepreneurs that they would require a match from either an accredited investor or other sources of funds. Additionally, I mentioned the target outreach to underrepresented founders from different backgrounds. The grants themselves would range from $25,000 to $50,000, therefore allowing us to provide 13 to 26 grants to companies in hopefully the first iteration of the program. We do expect the number to probably be closer to the 13 than the 26, as we expect most grants will be closer to the $50,000 mark. The second half of the fund is geared towards ecosystem support. Again, we're looking at funding unique and net new programs in the county. Some examples that have occurred in the region are the Accelerate Conference that we partnered on with GMU for the past 2 years. That's a past example. We're looking at creating new items, but just wanted to give everyone a color of what could be done through this program. Some other examples that we're currently working on, we are looking at sponsoring a existing Accelerate incubator in Roslyn that's looking to grow in the post-pandemic era. We're also looking at attracting a globally recognized tech accelerator, as well as a venture capital firm that's one entity and looking to attract them to Arlington. And through the program of that side of the fund, we're expecting to support dozens of ecosystem events here in Arlington and the region, as well as supporting hundreds of Arlington startups and entrepreneurs via the programming. In terms of since tonight we're mainly here to talk about the Catalyst Grant Program and the process and the performance agreement that are related to that, this slide discusses the eligibility criteria for that side of the fund. At the time of the application, companies must have their primary place of business in Arlington. Additionally, they must maintain that presence in Arlington for a 2-year performance period, which will be covered under the performance agreement. We do have 2 clawback provisions related to that item. If the grantee does moves their primary place of business from outside of Arlington between the award of the grant and the end of the year 1 performance period, 100% of the funds would be eligible for clawing back. If they move between year 1 and year 2, 50% of those funds would be eligible. If they clear the 2-year mark, all funds would be considered. There would be no clawback provisions following that 2-year period. In terms of what the company needs to possess, they need to be a technology company as defined by the county code, which is in conjunction with the technology zone program, which we amended during the April session as well. Basically what that means is the company needs to have the primary source of the revenue derived from proprietary technology as well. The company, of course, needs to be in good standing with Arlington County on its taxes, have a valid business license, and lastly, have at least 1 full-time employee, as we want to ensure that they also have a strong stake in the success of this company and ensuring that the funds are used properly. And lastly, there's a lower bound and upper bound on the amount of funding they could have raised at this stage, $25,000 being the minimum and $500,000 being the upper limit. In terms of the process, there's several upcoming buckets we've placed them in. First is the application period, which we are hoping to launch either in late August or early September. That will be a fairly simple initial application of just verifying their eligibility, a short pitch describing their business, as well as a written executive business summary. That'll be reviewed by AED to confirm eligibility, as well as our third-party consultant, who will then select applicants for a further review that will require additional documentation, as well as a deeper dive into their growth plans, their financials, their management team, and other items. From there, the consultant will provide a recommendation whether to fund or not to fund the applicants. AED will then work with the IDA to review those applications as well as the recommendations and select a group of awardees. The companies will be notified of the decision. AED will work with them to sign a performance agreement that will include the county, the company, and the IDA. And through this process, of course, we're asking The county manager is allowed to sign the performance agreements on behalf of the county, which would therefore not require us to come back to the board each time there's a grant award. In terms of the payment to the company, we'll require them to enroll in a program that's provided by the SBDC here in Northern Virginia, which is the Innovation Commercialization Assistance Program. They can either enroll in that course or obtain a waiver if they've already completed it or a similar training elsewhere. They will be required to submit written reporting in 3 steps, one at the 6-month mark, the year mark, and the 2-year mark following the date of the performance agreement. Payment will come in 2 tranches. First will be following that either completion of the ICAP course or the waiver, and then additionally at the 6-month check-in mark. In terms of our outreach strategy for the grants, as I mentioned, we're on a fairly expedited timeline to launch applications in the next 30 to 45 days. Presuming an outcome today that's positive for us, we have a press release that's ready to go out tomorrow to announce the program to the public. We're working on building materials on our website that'll collect information from potential applicants, building a social media plan, hosting a pre-application webinar, and really leveraging our local and regional partners that are throughout the innovation ecosystem here in Northern Virginia. And then specifically for underrepresented applicants, we've collaborated with AED's BizLaunch team to identify different providers who work with startups and entrepreneurs from those backgrounds. And also we've identified a number of local and regional organizations, whether they're venture capital firms, angel investor networks, or support networks that work directly with underrepresented founders. And lastly, just in terms of some key performance indicators for the entire portfolio, first of all, on the grant side, we do want to mention we're looking at this as a portfolio approach. So therefore, the numbers are really cumulative. We're looking at the cumulative number of jobs these companies will create in the next 5 years. We're also looking at the amount of funding they will have raised in addition to the county funds and the original matching funds. Additionally, as the companies grow, we're looking at the amount of square footage they will occupy in the county, whether that's via co-working space or their own direct lease. And lastly, we'll be measuring the percent of applications that do come from founders, CEOs from those underrepresented demographics, as mentioned previously. And lastly, on the ecosystem support side, each agreement will be a little bit different, but generally the overall metrics are the number of events they've held, the number of attendees, the number of Arlington companies that are supported via the events and or mentoring or other services. And then if companies are supported via those services, how many jobs they've created, how many have grown into Arlington tenants, as well as the amount of funding they've raised. And with that, just the last item was just, of course, the county manager's recommendation, which was to approve the CALIS grant agreement, which outlines the disbursement and management terms for the program, and also to authorize the county manager or their designee to sign on behalf of the board in conjunction with the IDA and the individual businesses that do receive the CALIS grants. With that, thank you again for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stiefvater and Mr. Toohill. So I don't believe we have any advisory group presentations today, Ms. Jacobs?
That's correct.
All right, and do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do. Yes, we have one speaker, John Musso.
Mr. Musso, without a jacket and tie.
Slightly casual for the summer. Good evening, members of the County Board. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber. On the Chamber's behalf, I ask that the County Board first approve the performance agreement for the Arlington Innovation Fund Catalyst Grant Program and authorize the County Manager to execute said agreement. Arlington, as stated, has the talent and infrastructure to further develop into a very strong tech ecosystem. And as the county faces this historically high commercial vacancy rate, I believe there was a Gazette leader article saying that we're now one of the highest vacancy rates in the region. It's really crucial that the county invest in initiatives and projects that generate jobs and attract new companies to Arlington, not just to contribute to our economy, but to become potential office tenants. And this grant program is a really exciting opportunity to turn the promise that we have in this county into a reality. As early stage tech entrepreneurs will have the chance to receive the type of seed capital that they really need to succeed and thrive in this tech environment and ultimately become major contributors to the local economy. And we really hope that this program will ultimately create the homegrown pipeline that Ryan and Michael were mentioning earlier that will create jobs and eventually potential office tenants and contributors to the entire Arlington landscape. So we commend AD for coming up with this program, and we hope that the board authorizes this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our public speakers on this item?
Yes.
Okay, the discussion is now with the county board. Mr. Karantonis, I'm going to look to you for a motion on this item if you are so prepared.
And I'm happy to offer the motion, Mr. Chair.
Great. Still going to have discussion, but just to put it on the...
Absolutely. For the purpose of discussion, I will offer the motion to approve, move the county manager's recommendation to approve the Arlington Innovation Fund Catalyst Grant Agreement, which is an agreement attached to the staff report on this item, number 62 of this agenda, which outlines the terms and conditions of the Arlington Innovation Fund Catalyst Grant Program. In addition, to authorize the county manager or the county manager's designee to sign on behalf of the Arlington County Board the agreement among Arlington County, the Industrial Development Authority, IDA, and the individual businesses that receive an Innovation Fund Catalyst Grant, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. This is the motion.
Thank you. And it's seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. And Mr. Karantonis, I'll give you first crack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually am very, very happy to move this item. At this time, it's kind of a 3-in-1. First of all, let me preface that with saying one thing. Even if we had no problem with office vacancy, we didn't face significant challenges in our commercial sector in Arlington. Even under ideal conditions, this would be a very good program to start. I think it's very forward thinking, and there are three points that I believe that this proposal here checks. First of all, it is seeding money. It's investment, seeding money into new entrepreneurs in the tech sector. Sector is extremely productive and a very high value-added sector. I think I'm very hopeful to see very good performance of these grants of the grantees actually, so that we will see that the not excessive money that we're investing in this will actually pay off big time. The second thing is I particularly like the idea of not only investing in the individual entrepreneurs or small businesses, but actually investing in the enabling environment, the ecosystem that needs to surround them in order for them to succeed. This basically leverages our grant even more, and it leverages also the private investment that is leveraged by the money that the monies that we will be investing in both the grants and the ecosystem support. And the third thing is, I think that it is exceptionally good for our Arlington Economic Development Department to create these networks of connecting and being constantly in touch with the innovation and tech sector at a completely different level as an enabler, as a venture entrepreneur with them. I do think I'm very positively predisposed here, and I expect that this program will bring very good results. I very much hope, and this is my only question, is how do we want to report on that?
Thank you. Vice Chair Garvey, and then Mr. DeFerranti.
All right, thank you. I don't know if anybody wants to say how they're going to report it, but I saw the performance measures, so that looks great. And I am very pleased to support the motion. I'm mindful in the last presentation, the last issue we just had on Barcroft, I talked about how when I first got on the board, I used to lose sleep over Barcroft. There were two issues. The other one was our vacancy rate. And I've watched the county and our staff do a lot of adapting and changing, and then we finally in 2019 got to Amazon coming, and we kind of went, we solved the vacancy rate because we'd been chipping away at it, been coming down. And then, of course, the pandemic happened, and here we are. I'm really impressed with the changes, the adaptation, the innovation. I appreciate it very much. I think this is smart, and I'm glad we're doing it, and I'm going to be very interested in knowing how it goes. Thank you so much. I did notice on your puzzle piece with the 4 pieces of the puzzle, there was one that was place, and it is, I think, not only where the businesses are, it's the county as a whole, which we're always kind of working on here, talking about trees, talking and supporting our schools, et cetera, et cetera. We're working really hard, but it's it's interesting to me how hard we have to work to keep trying to keep our heads above water. Thank you very much for the effort, and I think it's exciting, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had plenty of questions on Barcroft. I will give back time to colleagues and to Mr. Toohill and Mr. Stiefvater. You guys have been here a long time. I was trying to figure out how to convey that few words doesn't mean the enthusiasm correlates to the words. This is excellent work. It's the right program at the right time. I like the targeted 25 to 50,000, and I do agree on the ecosystem. I think I made a commitment 5 years ago to work on the vacancy rate. The world has changed in a big way. I have worked on it, but I do think this can help the overall environment. There's going to be a lot of other steps necessary on the vacancy rate and our broader economy. It sort of occurs to me that we're in a race to create the best place where all the talent will want to be, because we're seeing so much residential come through where there has been some office. But great work, really appreciate it, and want to be a resource. This is one where stay straight in the board member lane of not messing it up and letting you guys continue the great work.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I too will support this. This is really smart work that I think not only capitalizes on lessons learned from the previous Gazelle Grant program, but also leverages some of the learnings during the emergency support stood up during the pandemic, and then really well-crafted to be mindful of our vacancy rate in the current tech environment. It's a really smartly designed program. I want to applaud you for that. I recognize that if this brings a degree of success, the scale at which we are funding it today will probably be met with larger requests in the future, but that would actually be a good thing if that should come with supporting documentation about the strength of the program. With that, I would also just say, not necessarily for discussion tonight, but I look forward to your insights from AED as soon as you can about how we capture maybe some growth industries that are not tech zone eligible. Certainly I would hope that we could figure out a way, not that we don't already, but to further maybe bring capital to support, if not the next tech zone eligible company, but the next District Taco that becomes a hugely successful franchise with hiring lots of people in the food service industry or whatever else may be. We want to make sure we're capturing or figuring out if there's a way for government to support all of those businesses who might be high growth, high reward, reduce our vacancy rate, but may not necessarily be what we typically think of as a tech zone type of organization. But that's for a day other than today. This is great work that I'm proud to support. Any further comments? Okay, we'll move to a vote on Mr. Carantonis' motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call our next item?
Item number 63, consideration of lease and loan agreements for the Signature Theater.
And over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joining us this evening is Elizabeth Matlock, who will be making a presentation.
Welcome, Ms. Matlock. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Okay, I will be presenting on the Signature Theater leases and loan agreement. So a summary of what you guys will be voting on tonight will be to extend the 2 leases between the county as the landlord and Signature Theater as the tenant at the 2 sites, one on South 4 Mile Run Drive and one on Campbell Avenue. You'll also be voting to approve the amended loan agreement between the county and Signature Theater. Just to orient you, the 2 locations that we're talking about, the 3806 South 4 Mile Run Drive is at the top there, highlighted in pink. And that space is predominantly used for set and costume production. The space in 4200 Campbell Avenue is the theater space that serves as an economic and placemaking anchor in Arlington. So why the county is working with, the purpose behind the county working with Signature to come up with these lease agreements and loan amendment is to secure Signature space and role as an economic and neighborhood anchor in Arlington over the long term, so that they can establish themselves there and really be a part of the neighborhood. Also to enable Signature to center their work in Arlington, conducting their production work locally so that they don't have to take it outside of the county to work on the set and costume production. Also to support Signature's role in community building, particularly its work with youth and with the schools, and then to set up pathways for Signature to continue to grow and to continue to be a part of the Arlington community. Looking at the lease amendments first, the current lease agreements end in 2032, and so the county wanted to get ahead of this and work on a new lease agreement so that Signature could rest assured that they can stay here. So the lease agreements extend the lease to 2057, after which time there's the possibility for 5-year extensions at the agreement of both parties. At the 4200 Campbell Avenue site in Arlington, there's no rent until the loan is repaid. And then at that point, both parties will come together and negotiate what an appropriate rent would be. There's also a small, while the county had been maintaining most of the HVAC systems in the facility, there is a small addition of an HVAC system that the county will assume maintenance for and replacement costs in the next CIP. At the 3806 South 4 Mile Run Drive site, the lease amendment allows Signature to renovate and possibly expand the production space with a private donor funding of $3 million. In return, Signature gets the naming rights to name the facility for the donor. There's possible expansion at the back of the site, and the county is collaborating with Signature Theater on some geotechnical and environmental analysis to see how that expansion might work. And it will likely require an additional board action to amend the ground lease for the space before the end of this calendar year. As far as the loan amendment is concerned, this is really in response to the past and ongoing impact of the COVID pandemic. The county is abating the loan payments from April 2020 to June 2022, the height of the pandemic when Signature had to close many of their productions. This amounts to about $414,000, and it's similar to other lease concessions that the county provided to nonprofit and for-profit tenants on county-owned property. The outstanding loan balance, therefore, is $3.278 million, and it extends the loan maturity from 2032 to December 1st of 2041. The monthly loan payments have resumed already, and increase in tiered amounts based on the number of subscription sales that Signature Theater has compared to the number of pre-COVID subscription sales they had. And it results in the loan balance being repaid by December 2041. So as a financial recap of where Signature stands with the county, They are paying real estate and tangible property taxes for both facilities. They have the county loan, which is their main primary near-term financial obligation. The initial amount of the loan was $5 million. Their outstanding balance, as stated, was $3.278 million after the loan abatement and the payments they've already made. It will be fully repaid by 2041 with the tiered repayment structure. With their lease agreements for the theater space on Campbell Avenue, there is no rent, consistent with prior agreements that they've had. 2 years prior to the final loan repayment, and they will renegotiate the rent terms with the county. And then with the lease agreement for the production center on South 4 Mile Run Drive, there's no ground lease payment, and Signature is responsible for the utilities and maintenance there. And to put it in the broader context of the history of Signature Theater and Arlington County, Signature Theater was established in 1990 through the county's Arts Incubator program at Gunston. They moved to the old garage space on South 4 Mile Run in '93, which is why that space is so important to them and to the donor. In 2005, the Signature and the county partnered to relocate the theater to the then new Shirlington Public Library, and Signature Theater became a part of the placemaking aspect of Shirlington redevelopment. Signature entered into a $10 million private loan to fund the outfit of their new facility in around 2009 and 12. The county and lenders made amendments to accommodate the fact that that Signature was not, didn't have the resources to repay the private loan in full. And in 2014, the county, Signature Theater, and the bank restructured the loan with 35% loan forgiveness from the bank and a $5 million loan from the county to Signature, which is the loan that we are discussing tonight. And up until the COVID pandemic, and since the COVID pandemic, Signature has remained current on all obligations. And that is all I have for you tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matlock. I see we have no advisory group presentations on this item. Do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do.
Actually, do we have someone from Signature? I apologize.
Yes, we do. We have Maggie Boland. from
Okay,
Signature.
yes, I apologize for overlooking you, Ms. Boland. Thank you for joining us virtually. Is there anything that you would like to say as not the applicant?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We're so grateful for the county's long-term partnership with Signature and for the opportunity for me to speak briefly tonight. I am here representing Signature's entire community of employees who number more than 600 per season, our 38-member board of directors, the nearly 7,000 students who participate in our education programs each year, and our audience of 100,000 patrons per year. We are so grateful that you're considering our proposals, which are essential to securing Signature's long-term sustainability and further deepening our roots in our Shirlington neighborhood. The county's forbearance during the pandemic was an essential relief that allowed Signature to remain viable and to keep our workforce as intact as possible, despite being closed from March 2020 through November of 2021. With the revisions to the loan agreement, which recognize the damaging impact of the pandemic and continue to be responsive to changing circumstances at Signature, the county is helping to ensure that the theater can remain stable and can meet its obligations, which I assure you we will do, just as we did after the transformative restructuring in 2014 until the time that we closed. With the confidence that the new arrangements give us, we can look to the future, and we are very excited about the possibilities that the long-term leases that for both our primary facility on Campbell Avenue and our production center on 4 Mile Run Drive offer. With the extension of the lease terms and the possible extensions beyond 2057, it's now feasible for Signature to envision and plan for our future beyond 2032, which will be here before we know it. Importantly, this updated arrangement gives us the long-term commitment to justify investing our own resources to substantially renovate and, we hope, expand the facility on South 4 Mile Run Drive, which we affectionately call the Garage, to become a much-needed production center where we will house Signature's scenery, props, and costume departments. The space limitations for those areas in our Campbell Avenue facility are truly insurmountable. As an example, one would expect a theater producing on a scale that we are to have a scene shop that is approximately 10,000 square feet, and Signature's is 900 square feet. We currently have to restrict the scale of set building done in the scene shop and have to do a significant amount of construction and painting inside the theater space itself, meaning longer amounts of time with no shows on our stages. We're sometimes forced to outsource set construction to shops as far away as South Carolina, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Ohio, and truck elements in, which is highly inefficient, has negative environmental impact, and is significantly more expensive than building them ourselves would be. Even more importantly, we often can't realize the original designs dreamed up by our talented designers because of the limitations of the shop spaces and how many people can work concurrently. With the renovated production center allowing our production staff to work on multiple productions and projects simultaneously with larger crews and longer time horizons, Signature's production team will be able to create intricate costumes, build large-scale immersive sets, and construct complex props on site while eliminating gruelingly tight production turnarounds for our artists and technicians. We will provide more employment in all production departments and may be able to consider training and apprenticeship opportunities in these areas, which traditionally has not been a possibility due to our limited spaces. The renovation of the garage will be funded by a campaign that has already attracted a lead donor, as you heard, and through which we are planning to fund several important initiatives that will build Signature's capacity and strengthen our sustainability for the future. Excuse me. The four primary elements of the campaign include multiple facility-related upgrades in addition to renovating and expanding the production center. We will also make much-needed updates to decor and furnishings to our now 16-year-old theaters and lobby, and we will renovate a nearby space in Shirlington to become an education center that will allow Signature to serve more students and lifelong learners than ever before by removing the barrier of constant lack of available space for these essential programs. Strengthening Signature's financial foundation is also a priority. We will create operating reserves and raise capital to support this essential period of audience rebuilding. We will invest in artistic projects like commissioning, developing, and producing new plays and musicals, and sustaining the large casts and orchestras that are so beloved by our audiences and artists. And we will invest in building new audiences through a rebranding campaign, including adding additional signage now allowed by the lease on our Campbell Avenue facility to help improve visibility and awareness in our neighborhood. The county's partnership in supporting affordable long-term tenancy in both facilities and allowing the naming of the production center for a donor have already set us up for success with this campaign and will allow us to leverage private investment in these projects. Signature staff and board have been planning for this effort since well before the pandemic closure, and the moment is right for us to move forward with securing Signature's strong and exciting future. We are proud to be the largest theater in the Commonwealth of Virginia and Arlington's premier performing arts organization. We remain a significant contributor to the region's economy and a powerful cultural resource to the community, as well as a primary driver of visitors to the neighborhood. Shirlington restaurants and businesses flourish year-round with economic activity driven by Signature audiences, employees, and guests. Though we have not yet reached the level of attendance we experienced before the pandemic, our numbers are growing, and we have reasons to be optimistic about the future. 50% of our audience last season was new to Signature, demonstrating that there is significant demand for our work among both returning and new patrons. We were thrilled that a recent research study we conducted as part of the beginning of our rebranding efforts showed that 97% of our audience was likely or extremely likely to recommend Signature to a friend. In addition to being the only theater in the Commonwealth to have received the prestigious Tony Award for Outstanding Regional Theater, Signature continues to be recognized for our artistic excellence locally, including with nominations for 30 Helen Hayes Awards this year, significantly more than any other theater in the area. We took home 6 awards, bringing Signature's totals over time to 118 awards, also the most of any theater in the region, and 478 nominations. On the education front, interest from schools and teachers in partnering with Signature is at an all-time high, as is attendance at our student matinees. In fact, here are just a few highlights from our education programs this last season. Our flagship Signature in the Schools program has been enriching history, English, and drama curricula at schools in our area for nearly 3 decades. The program reached 1,400 students this past season and welcomed 500 community residents to see the world premiere play written exclusively for the program. 28 students participated in Signature in the Schools as actors and technicians, of which 26 students represented 5 Arlington County schools. For the first time since the pandemic closure, Signature brought back our in-person theater experience field trips, and we hosted every single 9th grade student from Wakefield High School at the theater this year, a total of 568 students over 3 very lively days. Signature also hosted 318 students from Washington Liberty High School through this program this year as well. Our education residencies served more than 4,000 students this year with customizable workshops for middle and high school classes from 13 schools, 5 of which are located in Arlington. Signature also offered professional development residencies for teachers, including a workshop for Arlington County High School theater teachers that focused on directing techniques and how to encourage collaboration among students. Signature is proud to be the season-long home for the theater discipline of the Arlington Fine Arts Apprenticeship Program, through which 11 students from Arlington high schools are involved with Signature extensively throughout the season, including seeing all of our productions for free. With Signature's future in Shirlington secured, all of these programs will continue to flourish, and we will have the capacity to serve even more students and teachers as the theater deepens its roots in the community and further strengthens its financial footing. Throughout the organization, we have a highly respected and experienced staff, and we are able to attract the finest artists working in the theater today, a fact that will be strengthened immeasurably by the addition of the state-of-the-art production center. We have weathered these difficult few years through a combination of financial discipline, strong fundraising and marketing efforts, and exceptional artistic achievement. The county has been a flexible and thoughtful partner with us through it all, and the changes we make tonight, if approved, will set us up for long-time success and continued growth. Thank you so much for your consideration and for the time tonight, and I'll be very glad to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Ms. Boland. And I should probably disclose that my daughter was one of those 26 Arlington High School students who participated in the Signature in Schools program. All right. Do we have any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
We do. Our first speaker is John Musso, followed by Nui Toperdista.
Good evening again, members of the County Board. Once again, John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and I just want to say a few words on behalf of Signature and ask you all to support these items that are up on the docket. Signature Theater has been a cultural institution in Arlington for over 30 years and has been not just a major attraction to Arlington and Shirlington in particular, but also a major economic anchor for that part of Arlington and the whole of Arlington. And we feel that the items before the board this evening are long-term investments for maintaining Signature as an economic anchor for this county, for the neighborhood of Shirlington, and for the region as a whole. And we believe that these items are furthermore an investment in the types of community building that the Signature Theater has been known for, that Maggie spoke at length earlier just now. So we urge you to adopt these 3 items and ensure that Signature has a place in the Arlington community going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nui Toperdista, followed by Madeline Florio.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. My name is Nui Toperdista. I'm a part owner of Thai in Shirlington. We are located at 4029 Campbell Avenue, Arlington, Virginia. 22206. We have been serving Arlington community since October 1995. If anyone get a chance to ask me, do we need more restaurant in Shirlington? The answer most likely would be no. We need to have more variety of business in Shirlington. There are 17 restaurants in the village at Shirlington, which I think is more than enough. We are lucky enough to have AMC Theater that capture a group of people that enjoy watching independent films, and Tony Award winning Signature Theater that just complete their 33rd season. About 1 year prior to the pandemic, Thai in Shirlington was partnering with the Signature Theater. The restaurant gave the discount to pre- and post-show attendees. I have noticed that whenever Signature runs a popular show, our business increased significantly. The most foot traffic was when Signature Theater had an open house. Not only that, Signature Theater draws people from all over the metro area to Shirlington. The pandemic has shaped up the way the restaurant runs the business. In order to survive and thrive, we need more variety of businesses like retail store and Signature Theater in Shirlington. Signature has maintained a reputable theater throughout the years. Having Signature in Shirlington would benefit the businesses in Arlington County in many years to come. And thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. It's great hearing from you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Madeline Florio, followed by Edith Wilson.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so my name is Madeline Florio. I am currently a rising senior at Arlington Tech, and I'm here to speak primarily about my experience in Signature in schools. So this next year will mark my 3rd year as a student in Signature schools, with my previous 2 years being a deck chief and the stage manager. This program has become incredibly important to me for a variety of reasons, one of which is that not only are student actors given the space to become creative and express their interests, but students like me who are more interested in the technical theater aspect are given the space and on the equipment to explore that passion. We have been given the opportunity to work alongside professionals who have sometimes decades of experience, and they are able to show us step by step how all of the systems in theater work. And we are then able to immediately put those skills to good use for our final performance. And during that period of time, as we're establishing our skills, those teachers are there to make sure that we do not get stressed or overwhelmed. And this is a type of opportunity I don't think exists in the same capacity outside of Signature. Getting the foot in the door for theater is notoriously hard to do. And not only are students like me able to put on a show for a paying audience of Arlington's community, but we're also able to put on performances for our peers, other students in Arlington high schools. And I know we have had several students become interested in the program through that, through seeing our show. Being able to participate in this program has brought me a lot of pride and a lot of joy. I've been able to improve drastically in my skills in technical theater, and being able to showcase those skills for members of my community and members of my family.
Thank you, Madeline.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Florio.
Our next speaker is Edith Wilson.
Do we have Ms. Edie Wilson on the line?
There we go. Are you unmuted, Ms. Wilson? Maybe having some tech problems. I saw a number flash and now it's gone away.
All right. Well, Ms. Wilson, if you can join us before the discussion gets too far ahead, maybe we'll get you in there. Otherwise, I think we know what you think on this issue. So.
Are you there, Ms. Wilson?
You see her back?
Can you try to unmute one more time? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you very much. Greetings from Shirlington, an urban destination without metro. We want to commend the board and the staff for this foresighted and pragmatic approach to the future of the village of Shirlington, as well as to its beloved, remarkable Signature Theater. I was very glad to hear the presentation on innovation in Arlington. Signature itself is recognized as an enormous innovation that was created in Arlington, with many things that we can all learn from it. What is proposed for your approval tonight in the way of financing and leasing for Signature is not helpful or nice to do. It is essential for the future of the village. It's vital. To understand how vital it is, just think for a second what you would propose to replace it if Signature were not there. We believe that people need two reasons to drive or bike or bus here. Restaurants and spas are not enough. Entertainment is essential. Dinner and the theater is a very special part of the Arlington experience in Shirlington. And it's Signature, with a few other things, that makes us a destination. The pandemic isn't over with us. Just this past month, we lost an anchor tenant, the Energy Club, because of its continuing problems post-pandemic. We don't want to ever see that happen with our theater. And the transformation of the historic garage into a theatrical production center is also essential to Signature's future expansion and totally in keeping with the 4 Mile Run master plan that you approved and the working group's work that I was happy to be part of. So we just want to thank you again for all the work that went into this proposal before you tonight, and we hope you will pass them in order to ensure the long-term future of both Signature Theater and the Village of Shirlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And that concludes our public speakers. Ms. Jacobs?
Yes.
The discussion is now with the county board. And I'll go ahead and just get a motion on the table to facilitate that discussion. And colleagues, I'd like to move that we adopt the county manager's recommendation for item 63A, which is to approve a deed of lease, which is attached to the staff report that is dated June 29, 2023, between the County Board of Arlington, Virginia as landlord and Signature Theater as tenant for premises located at 3806 South 4 Mile Run Drive in Arlington, and in addition authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to sign the deed of lease and any related documents on behalf of the board, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And then for Part B, to approve the manager's recommendation attached to, or as demonstrated in the staff report dated July 10th, 2023, to approve the First Amendment to the amended and restated deed of lease between the County Board of Arlington, Virginia as landlord and Signature Theater as tenant for the premises located at 4200 Campbell Avenue in Arlington, Virginia. And authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief as well, or his designee to sign the First Amendment to the deed of lease and any related documents on behalf of the county board, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And then finally, Part C, approve the manager's recommendations to approve the terms of the substantially final First Amendment to the loan agreement and First Amendment to the promissory note loan agreements, which are attached to the staff report dated July 10th, 2023, and 2, authorize and direct the county manager or designee to execute on behalf of the county board the attached First Amendment to the loan agreement and First Amendment to the promissory note, loan documents, and other related documents, which are all subject to approval as to form by the county attorney, and to, in addition, authorize and direct the manager with the county attorney's concurrence to act as the county board's representative in approving revisions to the loan documents that are necessary to remove any ambiguity or inconsistency, which blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. It's all good. All right, thank you for seconding all that. Man, that's a mouthful. All right, I'll speak to the motion very briefly for all of the reasons that our speakers and Ms. Boland quite eloquently discussed, as well as Ms. Matlock presented. Signature Theater is an incredibly valuable asset that makes Arlington very distinguished, not only in the region, but as Ms. Boland noted, throughout the Commonwealth as it relates to theater offerings. I had no idea at the extremely strong track record of success with the Helen Hayes Awards this year, 20% win rate on the nominations. That's pretty exciting. And, as has been mentioned, Signature Theater is not just about supporting that organization. It's also about leveraging the incredible return on investment that its activity brings to the village of Shirlington, which, Ms. Wilson, even though it's a destination without a metro, it also means you're not going to be at risk of 2/3 service cuts from Metro in the year ahead, if you heard our discussion earlier. So it's all good. I'm sorry it's getting a little late. I'm getting a little loopy. I think this is a good thing from A to Z, and I'm pleased to support it. Ms. Garvey, you're next.
Thank you. We tried to make it really clear those 2/3 cuts weren't going to happen for anybody who's tuned in lately. I appreciate it. I'm also pleased to support this, and it's great to see Ms. Boland here. She has done so much for this theater, which is really this homegrown. I mean, it started here in this garage. It's really cool. And I noted you saying, 2032, yes, that will be here before we know it. 2057 will not. And I think this long-term lease and arrangement it's really kind of seals a relationship that we have been building from the very beginning when Signature was part of an incubator, and you're really part of the community, part of Shirlington. Thanks for all you do. And I'm excited about the possibilities with the set designing that students can work in that. The Signature in the Schools is one of my very favorite programs. I love what it does for students and for young people, and it's great that they can really probably now they'll be able to work on set design as well, and costuming, which is really exciting. So delighted to support the motion.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One comment on Saturday and commenter that I've listened to had the point, do community arts face disinvestment? The next comment was, is the investment here too much? And I think those two, fitting those together, Ms. Boland makes a great case for Signature's investment. Ms. Wilson captured the opportunity cost concept that I was so eager to point out. And that's one of the reasons why thinking of Shirlington without this and the negative multiplier impacts economically, it's worth the investment for sure. And then in human terms, so glad, Ms. Florio, that you spoke about Signature in the Schools. I definitely will not soon forget 2019 when I went to see a Signature in the Schools performance and was just blown away. So happy to support the motion, and thrilled that we can invest smartly in the economic future and the artistic future of our community.
Thank you. And Mr. Carantonis, saith you anything?
Hard to add to everything that was said already. Theaters are the soul of a community. It actually says a lot about us, who we are, where we're coming from, where we want to go. You can read that from the relationship we have to the arts and specifically theater. The Signature is more than just a placemaker. Of course, it's a placemaker. Of course, it's the center point of a destination with our metro. But most importantly, it's a cultural institution. It humanizes Arlington in a unique way. And that's, to me, extremely valuable to invest in. I am particularly excited about the garage, actually. It adds something of a momentum to that 4-mile run, in Oakland. And, we have already the building that Arlington County owns very, very close by, and now this. And I can imagine amazing opportunities of collaboration and amazing opportunities of building, a small but powerful art center there. A center place for arts off Shillington. So that is a growth signal that I particularly like about the collaboration that is coming to us today to approve. I have to say, I know that these agreements are not an easy negotiation. It has taken a very long time, a long work. I am very grateful to everybody who was involved, both on the side of Signature, as well as the side of the county. I really am, really excited to enthusiastically support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we'll now move to a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 4-0. And item 63A, B, and C are hereby approved. Ms. Jacobs, are you ready to call our next item?
Yes. Item 64 is a request to advertise a public hearing on an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 10, Article 2 of the Arlington County Code to amend and clarify definitions and responsibilities.
Okay. Back for the RTA on this item, Mr. Schwartz.
So joining us this evening is Jen Fioretti, and probably in the highlight of his career, John Santafemia, who is relatively new to the county, I think 2 years, is finally had the glorious achievement of being in front of the county board. He's right here.
I believe we've had Mr. Santafemia before.
Were you here before?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been here 5 years.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It's okay.
But, and then Vincent Verwey, who has put in double duty today, returns for this presentation. I'll turn it over to, I guess, to John.
Uh-oh. My apologies. Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the County Board. My name is John Santafemia, and I am with the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development Inspection Services Division, Code Enforcement. And tonight I am joined by my colleagues in the Department of Parks and Recreation, Jennifer Fioretti and Vincent Verwey. This is a request to advertise, to amend, reenact, recodify Chapter 10, Article 2, Condition of Private Property Ordinance of the Arlington County Code to amend and clarify definitions and responsibilities with an anticipated public hearing in September. Wow, lost my voice. Chapter 10, Article 2, known as the Condition of Private Property Ordinance, is administered by the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development, Inspection Services Division, Office of Code Enforcement. This ordinance identifies duties of property owners and occupants to ensure public health and safety. In March 2023, the County Board amended and revised the ordinance to improve the county's ability to respond and effectively communicate its role in addressing concerns regarding conditions of private property, excuse me, through clarifying the county's powers to intervene directly to correct a violation and increase fines and penalties, an important tool in seeking corrective action. During the community engagement effort, in advance of this March 2023 ordinance update, the Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group requested to incorporate a definition of a managed natural landscape into the ordinance. Prior to the adoption of the amended and revised ordinance, staff committed to bring forward a request to advertise in July 2023 for additional amendments to the ordinance that distinguish between the existing requirement to manage grass and weeds on private property from managed natural landscapes. Since March, CPHD and the Department of Park and Recreation have collaborated on a public engagement process to inform staff's recommendation found in this request to advertise. After reviewing recommendations from the Natural Resource Joint Advisory Group and researching similar ordinances of nearby jurisdictions, the county drafted proposed amendments to the Condition of Private Property Ordinance. The proposed changes include modified and new definitions to address the danger or hazard to public health and safety definition and managed landscapes. Additional proposed amendments provide clarification about roles and responsibilities for the property owners and the county. I'll turn this over to Jen.
Good evening, Chair Dorsey and members of the County Board. Again, my name is Jennifer Fioretti from the Department of Parks and Recreation. So why amend the ordinance? Managed landscapes on private property are not supported under the existing conditions of private property ordinance. So if you wanted to plant a collection of tall native grasses in your yard, for example, under the current ordinance, these plants would be considered overgrown turf grass or lawn area, and if enforced by the county, the property owner would be required to cut them down. Additionally, high and extreme risk trees on private property that present a significant danger to the public at large are not regulated in the ordinance. The proposed amendments to the ordinance support private use of managed landscapes by differentiating them from turf grass or lawn areas, and would also enable county staff to act in cases when high or extreme risk trees or parts thereof on private property present a significant danger to the community in the public right-of-way or on other public lands. These changes will bring the ordinance in alignment with Arlington County's natural resource and stormwater management goals and existing policies promoting conservation landscaping, and are responsive to public input that we've received from the update to the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan draft. The definitions and proposed changes are also modeled by those used by the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation, Northern Virginia Regional Commission, and area localities that have already adopted similar code changes. In June, we posted a 2-week-long online feedback opportunity requesting input on the proposed amendments. Of the 124 people who participated, nearly 2/3 were comfortable with the proposed amendments. Themes from the online feedback opportunity included support for proposed amendments to requests that the county clearly communicate the enforcement process, strong enforcement of the ordinance, concern about government overreach, specifically as it relates to trees that present a public safety hazard, as well as general edits to clarify language. Staff presented the proposed changes to the Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group and the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. The Forestry and Natural Resources Commission voted unanimously in favor of the proposed amendments with 2 recommended changes. The first, to improve the tree component of the ordinance to clarify that the duty of any property owner to remove high or extreme risk trees from their private property is when the tree or parts thereof pose a significant danger or hazard to public health or safety. Previously, significant was not included in that language. And secondly, the words "and other animals" be stricken from the definition of danger or hazard to public health and safety in the ordinance after the words "harbor vermin." Staff have incorporated this feedback, suggestions, and specific recommendations into the proposed ordinance language in the request to advertise. In addition to this feedback, the Park and Recreation Commission submitted a letter to the county board supporting the proposed request to advertise, citing that the ordinance amendments are consistent with existing county goals to utilize tools like conservation landscaping to address excess stormwater runoff, and is also consistent with the county's biophilic city principles, which encourage gardens and landscapes that create wildlife habitat. Here is a summary of the proposed code amendments as stated in the request to advertise. 1, modify the definition of danger or hazard to public health and safety, clarifying its intent by striking "and other animals" after harboring vermin. 2, the proposed language also includes new definitions of foreign growth, lawn area, and weeds, which distinguish between the existing requirement of property owners to manage grass or lawn area on private property from managed landscapes. Also clarifies vacant property owners' responsibility to cut lawn area, weeds, and other foreign growth. And finally, proposes new language enabling the county to take action to better protect the public from high or extreme risk trees or parts thereof that pose a significant danger or hazard to health and safety in the public right-of-way or other public lands. And the following slides will provide some additional context and examples of managed landscapes and other condition of trees. So the use of managed landscapes on private property in the county is steadily increasing. We see them whenever we drive about or walk about the county. And as such, we have seen growing community interest in amending the conditions of private property ordinance to differentiate managed landscapes from overgrown grass or lawn area. And in terms of a definition, the managed landscapes are planned, intentional, and maintained plantings of grasses. They can be wildflowers, forbs, ferns, and trees, including but not limited to rain gardens, conservation landscaping, native plant gardens, meadow vegetation, and ornamental or agricultural plantings. And because native plants are also found in natural areas, gardens containing them can be perceived to be unmaintained or unintentional, even though they often involve as much intention and maintenance as more traditional landscaping. Cues that a landscape is being cared for, such as mass plantings, frame planting areas, focal points, and signage are encouraged in managed landscapes. Investing in managed landscapes, particularly those that incorporate native plantings, can bring numerous advantages, including ecological, economic, and aesthetic benefits. It is an excellent way to contribute to the preservation and well-being of our environment. And repeating and providing a little bit more detail, Arlington's Chesapeake Bay Preservation Plan, the Stormwater Utility Program, and again, the draft Forestry and Natural Resources Plan support this proposal. Other jurisdictions, Fairfax, Alexandria, Vienna, Prince William County, et cetera, have reference to managed or cultivated landscapes in their definitions in the ordinances to distinguish them from overgrown grass. And here are a couple of additional images, one of managed lawn area, foreign growth, and another example of a managed landscape with a Plant Nova native sign used by some to communicate their support of wildlife and inspire others to do the same. Another important element of the proposed amendments is the provision of new language to better protect the public from high or extreme risk trees or parts thereof that pose a significant danger or hazard to the public right-of-way or other public lands. County foresters are trained in assessing tree risk and will identify high and extreme risk trees and trees parts using the ISA tree risk assessment qualification process through visual inspections. High and extreme risk trees are trees which have trunks or limbs that are very likely to fail and impact people or other high-value targets like parked cars or structures and cause significant or severe damage. Nationally, urban foresters regularly mitigate risk from high or extreme risk trees on private property when identified. Model ordinances, such as the one proposed by the Arbor Day Foundation, recommend including private tree risk management in community ordinances. The Virginia State Department of Forestry recommends that localities update tree ordinances to mitigate risk in their, and this is referenced in the Community Forest Storm Mitigation Plan. Alexandria, Fairfax City, Fairfax County, the town of Middleburg, Manassas are some of the localities that already have incorporated this type of language in their ordinance to address risk. And then finally, climate change may exacerbate these risks, as we know, and identifying the risk to the public on private property and having them mitigated before damage is done can help the whole community feel more comfortable about living around our valuable tree canopy. And it's also, of course, important to emphasize that the proposed language does not apply to private disputes or, in this case, neighbor-to-neighbor disputes, but rather the public at large. The following are some additional examples of trees that would be considered high or extreme risk according to the ISA Tree Risk Assessment Qualification Tool. In all 4 of these cases, the trees are near public land. Conversely, to the far left and far right of this slide, the images here shown are healthy, likely low-risk trees. In the center, we show fallen or high-risk trees that damaged a fence between 2 properties, representing a neighbor-to-neighbor concern, which would not be regulated under the proposed ordinance changes.
In addition to these proposed amendments, DPR and CPHD have established an administrative process for enforcing this ordinance. DPNR will identify vegetation and trees that are subject to this chapter, and CPHD will do the enforcement based on that determination. At this time, it is staff's recommendation is for the county board to adopt the attached resolution to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing by the county board on September 23rd, 2023, to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 10, Article 2, Condition of Private Property Ordinance of the Arlington County Code to amend and clarify definitions and responsibilities.
Thank you very much for that staff presentation. I believe we have 2 advisory groups that would like to present on this. If Ms. Haynes and Ms. McIntyre could come up and assume 2 seats in the right side of the room. We'll go in alphabetical order. Ms. Haynes, why don't you start?
Great, thank you very much. It's nice to see you all. And I am really delighted to be here, even though it's 9:30 on your July meeting, which usually goes really late. So anyway, we really appreciate the fact that we are here tonight and very much in support of this request to advertise. And as I said in March when we were here, this has been a long time coming, and it's great to see it getting at least a little closer to the finish line. And as you all know, the members of the Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group has been pushing this issue and highlighting this issue for a number of years, so it's great to see it moving forward now. We really do appreciate the significant efforts of the staff in the Department of Parks and Recreation and in the ISD, Inspection Services Division of CPHD, and they're working together to develop these definitions and to also think creatively and expansively about how can they be enforced. We have that expertise within the county, and being able to tap that and make sure that we can make this work, which I laud them for their efforts on that. As you all know, these changes are an important step in recognizing the many ecological advantages of doing some of this conservation landscaping. And as we've noted before, it is consistent with a number of our other policies, including Public Space Master Plan, the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Plan, Stormwater Utility Plan, and the Draft Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. And we also appreciate the fact that some of the changes that we had recommended from the original proposed language that the Forestry and Natural Resource Commission had recommended were included in the language that that is before you. So we strongly support moving forward on this RTA and with the eventual adoption in September. So anyway, thank you all very much. I really appreciate your all's help in getting this moving too, because I know that there's been a lot of involvement there too. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We appreciate it. Ms. McIntyre.
Good evening. Actually, before I start, I want to thank Ms. Jacobs for making sure I got my hat back that I had left on Saturday.
Full service she is, isn't she?
Yes, so happy to get that back. But anyway, I just echo everything that Carolyn said on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. Greatly appreciate the staff moving forward on this issue and working together very closely in terms of thinking at how to actually go about enforcing it. This is, puts it in line with many of the other policies, as Carolyn mentioned, very important for stormwater management, biophilia, getting more kind of nature within our environment. And actually, I hope that at some point this is actually really a starting point or keep us moving along the lines of getting to the point where natural landscaping is the default landscaping, and the landscaping that we see very much nowadays of mostly grass and a few trees and shrubs, mostly non-native, is kind of a thing of the past. So again, thanks very much to the staff and working together to move this forward.
Thank you. Thank you both. Do we have any public speakers on this item, Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have 14 speakers on this item.
Oh.
Just kidding, we have one.
Oh, wow. Wow. Everybody got Joe. You're going to have some fun tonight. All right. Who is that one speaker?
Mr. Burns.
All right.
Mr. Burns, are you there? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, sir. Oops. Try again. There you go. Oh, well, we still can't hear you.
Mr. Byrne, we cannot hear you.
Are you able to call in with your phone, Mr. Byrne?
Yep, you've muted yourself. You're on mute, Mr. Byrne.
What about now?
Okay, we need you to talk more directly into the microphone. It's very low.
I am repeating.
We see you. It's the audio which is the problem.
Mr. Byrne, can you try to call in with your phone in the code?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, that's better.
Sure, if you can continue at that level of projection, that'll be great.
Okay. Interrupt me if you don't hear me. I'm repeating what I said to you when you advertised a similar item back in February. Please remove, you did not address it when I spoke at that time. Please remove the words commercial please remove the words "and commercial" from the first sentence of section 10-13C, which states, quote, "It shall be the duty of each owner of occupied residential and commercial real property to cut the grass or lawn or mow lawn area of less than 1/2 inch on such a property within 10 days after notice, when the growth of such a grass or lawn area exceeds 12 inches in height." The county has received complaints about overgrown grass and so-called weeds on residential properties. However, the county has never received any complaints about such conditions on occupied commercial properties. You extended the ordinance's reach last March to include occupied commercial properties when voting to approve a consent agenda item that amended this ordinance. You did this with the understanding that the board would review this change and related ones at a later meeting. The county board manager supported this course of action in response to public comments. Milkweeds and many other valuable native plants that support pollinators grow on occupied commercial properties containing tall grass. It makes no difference as to whether the property's landscapes are managed or unmanaged. There is no reason for the board to require the cutting of tall grasses on occupied commercial properties when the county has received no complaints.
Unlike owners of commercial residential properties, owners of occupied commercial properties do not contest citations regarding tall grass or weeds that county inspectors issue with or without cause. They simply cut the grass and everything else, thus killing all the monarch butterfly caterpillars and other beneficial insects that are feeding on the grass and other plants that are growing there. Please do not try to fix something that is not broken. If you vote to advertise and enact the proposed ordinance without removing the words "and commercial," you will do far more harm than good to the county's environment. You will also undermine your own monarch pledge, which supports these milkweeds and things like that, because these do grow in those commercial properties. They're not necessarily managed, but and there's just simply no reason to have that restriction in the ordinance. It's different than a residential property. That's the main thing. And there are no complaints about it. Mr. Caratonis knows about this, and I suggest that he speak on this item. He knows of one property where this kind of will almost certainly occur. So I'll leave this a topic to discuss further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mern. And it looks like it concludes our public speakers.
Yes.
Okay, the discussion is now with the board. Ms. Garvey, would you start us off?
I would be pleased to make a motion. I would like to move that we adopt the manager's recommendation, and that is to adopt the resolution attached to the board report dated July 10th, 2023, to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing by the county board on September 23rd, 2023, to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 10, Article 2, Condition of Private Property Ordinance of the Arlington County Code to amend and clarify definitions and responsibilities.
Second.
Seconded by we'll give it to Mr. Caratonis. Ms. Garvey, would you like to speak to it?
I would. Can I ask two questions first and then speak to it and be done?
Of course.
Thank you. First, for I'm not sure who on the staff, do we have, does the ordinance, do we define vermin, the word vermin, in this?
The definition of vermin is not included in this.
Thank you. Okay,
section of the
so
ordinance.
I'm fine to advertise it as it is. It may be at some point we want to do it, because I actually did a little search, and it turns out that nobody defines vermin. I mean, even in the whole, Wikipedia search, so we can maybe talk about that, but not tonight. So I'm happy to advertise it. And then to our attorney, Mr. Byrne, I think, is concerned about that, and as I understood it, that he didn't want this to apply to commercial property. We're advertising it this way. We could, if we wanted, reduce it and not have it apply to commercial property. I'm not even saying I would want to do that, but I think if we advertise it, you can go less broadly, but not more broadly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's correct. So I am fine to do this. I want to thank everybody involved just real quickly, because we came together and talked about this. This has been an issue for a long time. I totally want us to be moving to, these natural landscapes and not doing all of the pesticides and all of the plants that don't belong here, and spending a lot of time cutting and mowing and watering lawns. Although people can do it if they want to, but I think we don't want to force them to, and we don't want to maybe encourage it. So this is just great, a big step in the right direction, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you. Happy to support this. This is a broader triumph in some ways of accountability eventually, and listening to the concerns that have been raised. And so I appreciate that we saw that through. Thanks to the manager and to colleagues for helping to push that, as well as to our commission chairs here tonight and our public who've really pushed forward. So that's great. The underlying issues, I did think as I was mowing the lawn on Sunday that I might be, with an electric lawnmower, that I might be custodian of an unnatural lawn for the first time, to your points, Ms. McIntyre. I'm aware. I'm not there yet to the sort of front yard that I see increasingly and am so admiring of, but it's a thought in mind. And then last, with the air quality the last few days and the length of the meeting, it's important to remember biophilia, it can be a real thing, and I'm hoping to return there over the next 6 weeks.
Terrific. I'll just say before giving Mr. Carantonis the last word, I think this is in good shape for this period of being advertised to the public and then ultimately getting some focused feedback remaining before we consider this in September. I appreciate the work of staff to go back to the policy drawing board, if you will, and for various activists in our community for raising the concerns and the issues. Look forward to considering this for a final time in September. Mr. Carantonis.
Same here, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everybody who worked very hard to fine-tune this advertisement. It is really one of the first, completely biophilic pieces of legislative and regulatory action here. We really are dealing with bringing nature back to the urban environment and setting the rules of how we care about it and how we make sure that it is not harmful to anybody else, but it has a space and a space to grow and to thrive. So I'm happy to support the motion, very happy to support the motion, and I look forward to the detailed conversation in September.
Okay. Now ready to move to a vote on Ms. Garvey's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Colleagues, I have an additional item to present to you, and I'd like to move that the county board authorize that the county attorney to settle Arlington County claim that's numbered P as in Paul 505-516-071 and execute any agreements necessary to effectuate such settlement. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other items to come before the county board today?
We do not.
All right, with that, we are going to go on a 67-day break before our next meeting on September 23rd, next regular meeting of the board. Until then, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Takis.